shelter continues to hit us in the wallet, up more than 5%. It's starting to come down, but inflation has remained sticky.
The remnants of Hurricane Beryl causing widespread flooding in Vermont as the storm moved northeast from Texas, where more than 1 million homes and businesses are still without power. Americans traveling in record numbers, but Delta Airlines says profits fell 29% in the second quarter because of higher costs. This is ABC News. Cases of dengue fever in the U.S. running at about 5 times what we saw this time last year. 2,500 cases reported so far nationwide, according to the CDC. A new study shedding some light on what are known as dark patterns on the internet. ABC's Mike Dubusky explains.
The International Consumer Protection and Enforcement Network finds that 76% of websites include at least one dark pattern. Dark patterns are design choices that subtly compel a user to make a decision that's not in their best interest. Things like not being able to easily opt out of an automatically renewing subscription service, or including confusing language in data privacy policies. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
And the IRS says it's hit a milestone in collecting back taxes from tax cheats. Since President Biden signed a 2022 law pumping more money into the IRS, it says it's used the funds to recoup $1 billion from taxpayers who make more than $1 million a year. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
No word in the English language is less convincing than probably.
Are you sure we should get matching tattoos on our first date?
Sure. We'll probably stay together.
Probably? It's been 23 minutes since I ate. I can probably swim.
You should wait 30 minutes.
Okay, now tell me what to do. Cannonball! Cramp! Oh, I have a cramp.
I can probably hit the green from here.
Probably.
Can I get a mulligan?
Ready to go?
Hey, are you sure you're okay to drive?
Yeah, I'm pretty sober. Yeah, I'm probably okay.
Probably okay isn't okay, especially when it comes to drinking and driving. If you're drinking, call a cab, a car, or a friend. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
A dangerous heat wave bringing scorching temperatures to Denver and the Front Range. Highs will climb into the triple digits tomorrow and will also continue Saturday and Sunday. A state inspection led to an Aurora daycare's license being put on probation. The report of the inspection at Denver International Schoolhouse said staff threatened children with bodily harm and humiliation, made derogatory remarks to kids, and left children unsupervised. This mother tells Fox 31 trust was broken when her child was left alone, especially when it's explicitly stated in laws that kids cannot be alone for any length of time.
You expect that whoever you send them to care with every single day will do their best. And when you start having these questions and concerns of is the best actually happening, then it starts raising those red flags.
One of the owners of the school says that teachers involved in the issues were fired. The state findings show the majority of the issues have been corrected by the school. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
Slowdowns continue on the south end of town through Douglas County. C470 westbound at Quebec Street. A crash off on the right shoulder has stop and go back from I-25. Heading northeast through the Aurora area, I-225 northbound before 6th Avenue reports of a crash. This one we're seeing slow traffic back from Mississippi. Northwest from there through the center of town, I-70 westbound before Washington Street. A crash off on the right shoulder has slow driving back from Colorado Boulevard, about a 5-minute delay there. I-25 north and southbound, no major complaints through the metro area. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. We're heading into a hot weekend, partly cloudy skies today with a high of 97 degrees, overnight low of 66, tomorrow 101 high. The current temperature in Denver is 77 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals.
If you had $1 million in 2009, today it will be worth less than $700,000. That's the effect of out-of-control government spending shrinking your hard-earned dollars, and it's why central banks and savvy investors are buying gold. For thousands of years, gold has withstood war, famine, and economic downturns. It's been a stalwart hedge against inflation and hyperinflation. And the company Buck Sexton trust to help you diversify into gold is Birch Gold Group. For 2 decades, Birch Gold has helped concerned Americans convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. And the best part, it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, you can trust Birch Gold, too.
To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 and get a free, no-obligation info kit on gold. Again, text SECURE to the number 989898 to protect your hard-earned savings today.
Regen Revolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again, and now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, this is Tom Martino at the mothership today. If you're streaming, I'm here. This hour brought to you by Paul the Waterman, waterpros.net for the best water systems at the lowest prices. Can't say enough about water. And I have my water here. I filled it up with Paul's system, reverse osmosis. I don't need no stinking bottled water. By the way, you can get yours for $1,400 fully installed, 303-862-5554. He texted me and said, dude, you don't look right in the studio. People are so used to now seeing me in my other studio. So anyway, welcome. We got Mark Szymanski with us from Genesis Total Exteriors.com. We have Deputy Doc in the studio. And did Mark sign on yet? He's on.
I am here.
He's in parts unknown. He's actually out in California. They're on an extended motorhome trip. He signs in every now and then, and it's fun. He posts videos if you ever want to look at him. So anyway, let's talk. I just want to say one thing. So today, this news conference would normally just be a normal news conference, right? Because he has world leaders, and he's meeting with world leaders, and he's going to just do a news conference. But now they're turning it into an entire referendum on the man's fitness and health, and I'm talking about the president. And I said something at dinner last night because I was out with a bunch of old farts, and I said, how many normal screw-ups do we have in a day? Just normal, I brain fart here and there. Now this guy who's 81, if he just has a normal kind of slip-up, just normal, like nothing major, right? It's going to be terrible for him. The pressure that he's under right now is not just normal pressure. He has to be perfect.
It's not only the slip-ups, it's the look on his face.
Well,
it's that vacant look of somebody who has dementia.
He does have that look, and you can't hide that, can you?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's more than just his verbal, it's his physical appearance.
Well, it certainly would help if he just closed his damn mouth. Because during the debate, he would be looking over at Trump, and it would just be,
But see,
I think they set him up at this point, guys. I think they set him up to fall hard. I think the Obamas are behind it.
I can't even imagine anyone wanting someone to fail like that.
They knew he wouldn't. They knew he wouldn't step out. He already had the delegates. I think they totally set him up. I know that sounds conspiracy, but we find out today George Clooney ran all that op-ed that he wrote by Obama before it was released to the paper. That's insane, and Obama didn't care.
And also, I remember, I'm on mailing lists for both sides being independent, and I get the Biden-Harris emails, and George Clooney was a part of those in the beginning. He would say, this is George Clooney, join me and Julia Roberts, and, we're going for Clinton, and, for Biden, and blah, blah, blah. See that little normal script right there? That would be a death knell for him. Anyway,
And how fake? How fake was that op-ed? And when I say fake, how fake is George Clooney? That 3 weeks ago, he was sitting there saying how bad the guy was, but he was raising money for the campaign. Now he throws him under the bus. That within itself is remarkable.
Yeah. So they're calling this news conference, and I'm just making mention of this, by the way. I'm not making fun of the guy. I actually feel bad for him. I don't feel bad in that he needs to do something, but I do. I feel bad for him. Mark. I mean, what wife would allow your husband to go through this? Now, some people say she's the reason because she wants the White House daycare. I don't know.
Well, I told you my theory.
His mic's unplugged? Hold on. Okay, I wondered why that was going. Why we couldn't hear. Go ahead, Mark. You say?
I just said, to have Jill Biden.
What wife would do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you honor and protect your spouse.
And like
she
in their quiet moments,
that.
does she say, honey, you've been in government, 50 years now, nearly 50?
His whole life. He's never had a real job.
He never. And you...
Boy, you guys don't realize he has dementia. He's not thinking like you guys are thinking right now. He's thinking he's doing a great job.
No, but his wife does not have dementia, and she should be
protecting her. I told you part of my
her.
theory, Mark.
No, she just doesn't want to leave the White House.
He's so scared of what the Trump DOJ is going to do to his
I don't
cartel.
think so. Although I will say this. I mean that's what I hear from people, including my own family, that Trump now is going to assassinate his enemies.
No, not assassinate. But the DOJ is going to go after.
I don't think
Biden the way that they went after Trump.
They shouldn't.
So wait a minute. You don't believe in tit for tat or an eye for an eye? I mean, they went after him. They've been throwing crap at the wall on him since 2015.
I just think it perpetuates that crap. Truly, to be honest with you, and again, this has nothing to do with politics. I don't believe that Joe Biden is an evil person. I think he's just like every other politician. See, I don't think anyone is as good or as bad as anyone says anyway. I think they all do what they have to do. They all do. I mean, we just don't know about all of them. There's no saint in office anywhere. I mean, the only saint close to a saint we had in office was the worst president in all history. But he was
Jimmy Carter.
He is the best man, but the worst president. I mean, I don't know if you can have a good person
Look, every one of the Congress people, men and women, go in with X amount of dollars and they exit as multimillionaires. Every one of them. Look at what AOC did. She was a bartender.
I know.
And now
Brooklyn.
she's a multimillionaire.
Right. Or in the Bronx or wherever. Anyway,
and with her, it's all hyperbole.
I want to talk to Janet.
It's just loud crap.
Hey,
Janet's got a medical issue, and then we have other calls. Let's get those calls up, Kachina Kalori. We'll get that done here. Okay, now we have Janet. Hey, Janet, welcome to the show. And what is going on with you, Janet? We solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, and I hope we can help you.
Well, last year I had my thyroid removed. I had a big noid on the bottom of it. The doctor removed it, said it was a really easy procedure. It ended up lasting like 5 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, by the way, was that cancerous, that nodule?
It could have been, but it wasn't, by the grace of God.
But why didn't they do a biopsy and leave it alone, or was it interfering with you?
It was interfering with my swallowing and my breathing.
Okay, I see. And Doc, they don't just do those lumpectomies; they take the whole thing out.
Yes.
Well, again, it depends. If it's interfering with her swallowing,
right,
they would take the whole thing out.
Okay.
If it was just a small nodule, they would do a quick biopsy and then decide what to do.
Okay. So
it was pretty big because they had to open up my chest a little.
Ooh.
So
wow.
Anyway, we get that done. 1 hour surgery ended up being 4 to 5 hours. Okay, so we got it out. Well, we thought we got it out. She said I did really good. 3-4 months later, I'm still having trouble swallowing.
Really?
And yeah, stuff like that. Go back. She says, okay, it's normal. You're okay. It's going to get better. It's going to get better. I go on hormone pills, and I keep gaining more and more weight. I go from 150 to 208 pounds. She says, start exercising, start doing all this different stuff. And I still keep getting bigger and bigger, feeling worse and worse, tired. They keep upping the hormone pills. End up doing 150 milligrams a day of hormone pills.
Wait, whoa. So hold on. I have a fear. I have a fear you're going to tell me that they didn't take out your thyroid.
They left a piece in there.
They left, wait. They left a piece of thyroid. Is it enough of a thyroid that it's actually producing hormones?
Exactly.
Wait a minute. Is that possible, Doc, that a partial thyroid can still function?
Well, yeah, but I can't imagine that it produces enough to make a difference.
Is it like a liver where you can actually have parts of
Well,
it?
she's taking thyroxine, apparently. So what doesn't make sense is that if she's complaining that the thyroxine isn't enough...
No, she's complaining that she was overdoing it and gaining weight because of it, right?
No, it's usually the other way around.
Oh, the other way around.
If you're hypothyroid, you tend to gain weight a little bit.
A little bit.
Anyway, keep going with your story.
Okay, so I'm a year into the surgery. So I'm having a lot of trouble swallowing again. I could actually cough up the pills. I could cough up my food. I can't lay down because it feels like, you know how you fill a water balloon up and you put it on a flat surface?
Have you seen, I'm going to ask a logical question. Have you seen another doctor?
Yes, I have. I went to my thyroid doctor, and they did a swallow study, and she said, Janet, you still have a thyroid. And I said, what? And she said, she's left a piece of your thyroid in there, and we're overdosing you, overmaxing you on thyroid pills, and that's why your face is numb. That's why your blood pressure is sky high. That's why you're gaining all this weight. You need to go see the surgeon, make an appointment, get in there ASAP, and talk to her.
All right, hold on. We got to figure out what to do with this. Is this malpractice? Is this what? And is it actionable? I mean, or do you just go in and have it done? Is it a normal risk? All of this we'll talk about coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I was doing something wrong.
Got it. So you're a landlord? What's your name?
If there was a lot of scar tissue for some reason, sometimes scar tissue can cover up a little piece of thyroid. But again, you don't know how big the piece is. I can't imagine that it's very big.
Gotta make sure that I got this
because you'll be able to see
But it's
it.
still interfering with swallowing.
Can it regenerate, though, guys?
Let's speak to Joe Chiano right now, certified financial planner. I've known Joe for many, many years. And one of the things he likes doing is talking to people who have accumulated qualified money, retirement money that they're going to depend on. And he has options for you to consider. One of them, Joe, is a rollover from your 401k. Explain it.
Yes, Tom. It's a rollover from a 401k or an IRA to another IRA that is totally safe. That is the key, totally safe and guaranteed. So that means that people can roll over their accounts from the stock market where they're losing money and put it into safety and be guaranteed an income for the rest of their lives, Tom. And the rollover is a very easy process. It takes about a week to roll the money from danger into safety. And in addition to that, people are going to be receiving a 15% bonus just to roll over their accounts. I mean, that's a heck of a nice little bonus to be able to make up for any stock market losses that they could have suffered.
Now, not only do that 15% is theirs to keep as long as they keep the annuity. The fixed indexed annuity is guaranteed returns, guaranteed not to lose, guaranteed all kinds of guarantees. Now, what about the income part? When do you take that?
Yeah, whenever they want. I mean, whenever people really want to start taking an income, they can certainly just turn the switch on and get an income for the rest of their lives. Normally, we would prefer people to wait at least maybe just a few years to make the account grow so that their income stream is going to be a lot bigger than if they take it earlier.
Yeah.
So
and you
take
can
their income begin the second year, basically.
And you can call Joe. Go to the website, call Joe. The website's mymoneymyway.com. Joe has 57 different products he can deal with on these fixed index annuities. with very solid insurance companies, more than 100 years old. 303-779-6600, 303-779-6600. Now, speaking of retirement, what about a retirement plan? Do you have one? An estate plan really is what I'm talking about. Like, what about your estate? What happens to it? Do you need a trust? What about just a simple will? Or maybe you need a will and a trust? Or what are you going to do about the succession of your business? All of these things are what Keelan Park looks at when they look at your estate. So it's free of charge. It's a complimentary review. Then they'll look at everything you own, everything, all your collectibles, your artwork, your investments, your retirement accounts. They look at your house, your business, and then put together a plan, free of charge, all of that. And then you decide if you want to execute it because they give you a flat rate price up front. That's Keelan Park, lawkp.com. It's an easy way to do business, and that's Keel and Park, lawkp.com. And it's 970-818-8198. Okay, I have known Frank Duran, the real estate man, for the entire time he's been in real estate. That's almost 30 years. Or no, it is 30 years now. And he wants to put his experience to work for you for no cost when it comes to knowing what your house will sell for. Frank will let you know what he can sell that for based on his vast experience, taking into consideration all of the market factors. Give Frank a call for this service. And if ever you're thinking about real estate transactions of any kind, buying or selling, call Frank. He's a great guy and has a lot of information. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
Swipe or
what?
Should I swipe or
Hey, Tom.
Not sure if he's listening.
Yeah,
See
of
those
course
beams
not.
going across?
Oh, at the top.
Yeah.
Are they nailed from the inside out, or are they nailed
From the outside in.
Yeah, and see what happens, and then those they start to rot.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so we run into this where people do a shitty job building a deck. Excuse my language.
Yeah.
And you know, a joist hanger's $3.
Right.
I know it. Did they refuse to do a joist hanger?
I mean, they're ugly. I mean, something like this, it's ugly. You know, you just paint them white; they kind of go away. But I mean, that's what should happen in here. Are they in an angle, or is that just the picture?
No, they're at an angle.
Yeah. So
Like an angle like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that joist hanger is going to hang down into this other face board.
Yeah.
And it's going to be kind of ugly. But
So you think, in your professional opinion, they need joist hangers?
well, that's the safe way to do it.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
That sounds good.
another way you could do it is you could route out the space. Where
Can
that,
we get Marco Bendinelli on?
we could route out where that board is, and then you could, so it has a little ledge.
10 seconds.
That would prevent that too.
Wealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255, 888heating.com for your air conditioning problems, if you have them, and a lot of people do. Get the honesty and integrity of the team at 888heating.com, 303-770-2776. All right, listen. We're getting an attorney on for... we're getting it on for Janet. And listen, Janet, this is a weird one, and I want to know what an attorney thinks about this as far as going forward and what you should ask for or deserve. And I know you have other questions, but just hang on. Yesterday, somebody called up and said, Tom, I went to this place I found on Facebook called Ticket Secrets, and I ordered tickets. And then after that, the floodgates opened. People started calling us. Natasha was the original caller. We have her on the line. And then Natasha sent me an email I couldn't believe. But Natasha, you're up, but I want you to listen to Terry. Terry, go ahead. What's going on with you, Terry?
Hi, how are you?
Good, Terry. What's happening?
Okay, so I'm going to tell you my story with Ticket Secrets.
Yeah.
I first tried to purchase from her years ago. I asked her for tickets to a Bruno Mars concert.
Yeah.
And the price that she gave me was unbelievable. And I was like, I don't feel right about this. So I didn't buy from her. And I moved on with my life, whatever. So years went by. I had friends. Hey, have you ever heard of Ticket Secrets? And I was like, yeah, I heard of them. And they're like, you should do business with them. They're great. So, I always hesitated. And then I bought some Denver Nuggets tickets from her.
Okay.
She sent me the tickets. Everything was fine. Granted, I got the tickets like 25 minutes before the game started, but I had tickets. So that was experience one. It was great. So I decided to buy more tickets from her to Justin Timberlake out of town.
Okay.
So I fly out of town, and 2 days before the show, I write her, hey, I'm checking in on my tickets. No response. Time keeps going. I write her again, hey, any news on my tickets? Concert's coming up. No response.
Terry, that seems to be the how it worked. People had used her before successfully, and then all of a sudden something happened.
Right. So, now I have, I bought Usher tickets from her. I'm not going to get those. So, it's just a point of, you trust somebody, you have
right.
friends.
And so did you ever get to talk to her?
No, well, there was times before the concert, and I was like, hey, I know I paid you this much for these tickets, but, can I pay a little bit more and maybe get these tickets? And she was like, well, you only paid this much. And I said, yeah, I understand, but I'm telling you I'm going to pay you more if you can get me better seats. And she said, well, that's my deal, is I'll get you the best seats I can.
Okay,
and
now let's talk. Hold on.
Okay.
Natasha, this sounds familiar to you, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Now, Natasha, you did manage to talk to her, right?
I was in communication with her up until right after the Morgan Wallen concert when she ghosted everybody else. I have about 4 or 5 different phone numbers for her. Also, the Facebook Messenger. I tried to reach her through TikTok. I tried to reach her
when
through
I
all
asked
these
you
places.
yesterday, when I said, we have to show if she's going through a bankruptcy or a legal problem, she has an attorney and all that. I said, how do we know she scammed a lot of people? And you said, well, it's all over Facebook and this. And I said, well, could you give me 3 or 4 names? And you come back with a spreadsheet. Now, listen, I'm not exaggerating when I say this. Who organized this? I mean, this is a spreadsheet of 100 people.
Diana Marie had reached out to me back when I had posted something on Talia's Ticket Secret Facebook, and she said something about getting everybody together. And
How
said,
did this woman put this? It's such a comprehensive list. It's the amount of money. First, it's their name, the amount of money, the date, the invoice transaction number, and the event.
So every single one of us individually go on there and put the information in, and she is keeping that spreadsheet so that way we can try to do either small claims, but now seeing how much she took from everybody, we don't know if we should file a class action lawsuit against her business.
Here's the problem
we haven't
with a
even
class
mentioned the amount. Tell people how much it is, Tom.
Okay, well, if you add up just what she has here, it's $55,000. But that
$55,000.
No, but here's what I want to say.
So
that's not enough.
Since I have sent that to you, there is now 90 people on that list.
Okay.
Instead of 70.
Okay, let me explain something to you. That's what I said, around 100. So listen, here's what I want to tell you. That forget class action, okay? Class action, people only go after class action if the corporation is big enough or the award is big enough, because the attorneys have to get paid at the end. But also, it has to be big. I mean, 55 and an ability to pay. There's nobody in the world that will do a class action for 90 people and the woman doesn't have ability to pay. I mean, you're not going to get it. And there's no benefit. Here's the other weird thing. There's no benefit to a joinder suit, which means you just all get together. It's not a class action. It's just that you all get together and sue her. And here's why. Because the chances of getting paid again are next to nothing. So then you end up with nothing. The best way to get paid is for one person. I know this sounds crazy and selfish, but for one person, let's, for example, we have somebody on here owed $6,000. They go on. Or I think, was it 6? Well, almost. Yeah, they go on, let's say, if they're owed $3,000, $4,000, whatever it is, and they sue her in small claims court, get a judgment, and try to scare her into paying up. But I don't think she has money, and I think she's a crook, or she fell on bad times. But I can't believe that these dates are so extensive. I can't believe that she did not know she was in trouble, and she knew and she kept collecting money. And it looks like her trouble started back in fall of 2023, and she was collecting money through the fall, like even as far back as September 2023, and then through June, I see as the latest date. And June, she was still collecting money. And
yes.
When did she finally tell you, Natasha, this scumbag, when did she finally tell you she retained an attorney?
She posted it on her Facebook page.
She did?
Yeah, it is on her Ticket Secrets Facebook page saying that she retained legal counsel and that we will get some sort of letter. And we were all waiting on this letter, and we reached out to the attorney after looking into that Richard Gross. He is a divorce separation attorney. He is not even a bankruptcy attorney.
Okay.
Yep.
So.
And I sent you over 3 more emails as well about her business. It was delinquent for almost 2 years.
Does anyone have a picture of this woman? I would like to warn people.
She has a personal Facebook page as well, under Talia Yeager.
Okay, under...
I'll have Suzanne pull some pictures.
Have her do that. What's the name again?
Talia Yeager.
Okay, Yeager, Collier. I can't believe I didn't write that down yesterday. Okay. Okay.
And I searched bankruptcy records yesterday. There's been nothing filed under her personally or that company.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think most of us yesterday on that Facebook group were watching you guys live on YouTube. And a lot of them were saying, what do we do now?
We got to come up with a plan. I mean, I think we get law enforcement involved. It sounds to me like a scam. I mean, what did she know? When did she know it? Did she still collect money? When you collect money knowing you're not going to fulfill a contract, that's fraud. And I can't believe this list. Holy crap. So we're going to stay in touch with you. We're going to get an attorney on to talk about this. But really, first and foremost, I'd like to reach out to Richard Gross. Did you do that, Kachina? Did you ever call this Dick Gross?
Yeah, she did, and there was no answer, and the voicemail was full.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So the attorney...
That's what every single one of us are running into.
Correct. Yep. And also the Talia, her voicemail is also full on the one number.
Talia?
Talia. With a T.
Talia. Oh, Talia. Okay. So Talia is some kind of weirdo. I mean, she's went silent.
It sounds like a Ponzi scheme to me.
Yeah, but she was doing tickets at one time.
Well, I think she's collecting money from people to purchase tickets for other people, to give to people, to bait them into thinking that she's legitimate, and then they fall into a trap, and it's kind of like this big Ponzi scheme.
Can I mention one more thing while I still have you guys?
Go ahead. I want everyone to hear this. We got to do something about this woman. Go ahead.
She also, during the Nuggets playoff games, she would do giveaways on, she had a separate Facebook thing, and she would charge people anywhere from $25 to $100 and say, hey, pay me this money,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna give away tickets to somebody, whoever this wheel lands on.
Right. Gotcha.
Did these people ever get these tickets? I don't know. So that's like a whole nother thing that she was pulling.
Again, this goes beyond a simple bankruptcy or something. And this attorney, I mean, if she retained an attorney, he owes it to these victims to talk to them or to talk to me, and we got to get word out. Try him again, this gross dick, and see if
Okay, got it.
See if we can get him on the phone. Hold on, folks. This is a scam, a big one. And as with many, many scams, my God, this Facebook marketplace, they should call it Facebook Scam Place. That's really what they should call it.
We've had so many. I mean, it's so unusual for something to be real on Marketplace.
I don't even know if we have audio.
Okay. My son is upset because I used to buy shit and keep it in the cupboard, right? And then they would eat some, never. So he happened to find mac and cheese in their Kraft dry product that says best of used by 2000 and 2005. I think it was, was it 2000 or 2015, whatever it was. It was so out. And he says, come on, Dad, this is, he was pissed that I threw it out because he said he wanted to keep it and break all records. But
Dry pasta never goes bad.
yeah, but it has the cheese pack. It's all in one thing, and they have the packets inside. And I didn't know I'm by it, but it said, I think it was 2015. So that made me go through all my shit. Almost everything I had was expired.
Yeah, 9 years is a long time.
Because we don't hang out at that house that much. So I should have just given it to my guests.
There you go. Here's a door prize.
Hey, Red Rocks Roof and Solar. Oh my goodness, are they doing it right? First of all, because they source all the materials in the country, you get a 40% tax credit for their solar systems. You also get financing that they have a hookup with. And if you're in business and doing a commercial system, they can get grants. They have a grant writer. You can get 100% of the system covered. I know this all sounds too good to be true, but I'm telling you, we have systems right now that have been put in and have been paid for 100%. And in fact, the owner now sells back to the grid and makes over $100,000 a year. It's a true story. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, that's redrocksrs.com, 303-704-2449. The Art of Granite. Now, they do countertops, and they normally charge wholesale for all materials, which is pretty cool. And then you pay for fabrication and installation of granite and any natural stone. But now, if you can find the material you want in their scrap, or not, I hate calling it scrap, but it's a remnant area of their yard, you get the materials free. Now, there's no defects in these things. It's just the leftover stuff you get free. So if you can find it, it's a great deal. Why don't you call him? He's happy to talk to you about it. You can go look. 303-386-5919. All prices quoted on the phone. 303-386-5919. theartofgranite.com.
Hey, Mark, what do you do with your workers if it's going to be 101 degrees? Do they take precautions? Do they not go to?
No, they still work, but they'll drink a lot of water, take more breaks.
So they still work in some point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They do. And the roofers are who I feel sorry for.
Excuse me?
The roofers, that's who I feel sorry for. Yeah. It's hot.
I once played a course in Arizona that was usually $350 in the summertime. We got it for $50. It was 115 degrees.
Yeah, I used to live in Phoenix, and so yeah, we'd golf in the summer because but you start at 6 a.m.
Yeah, we played at noon.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. How do you even do it?
It was a TPC course.
Yeah.
Where they hold the waste management.
Yep.
We can play this. $50. We walked and carried our bags.
Oh boy.
We would take our hat.
Why the fuck would you carry your bag?
Because we used to do that. It was part of the experience.
Not at 110.
Well,
or
we
115
did,
or whatever.
but we put our we're halfway down the fairway, and everything is dry already.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Yeah. I had a house, I just sold it. I sold it in November, but I remodeled it last July. And I was, it was in Glendale, really near the stadium. And boy, I mean, and I had a pool, so that was nice. I'd be working, just go jump in the pool. That was nice. So, yeah.
I mean, my friend who has a house there now, said that the golf prices have just been ridiculous.
Well,
It's like double what they used to be.
It's crazy busy there. I mean, that city is just nonstop moving. You know, like Denver. Denver's, I mean, how expensive everything here is now. It's nuts. You know.
You must have made some decent money on your home.
It was, yeah. I owned it for almost. It was like 38 years. I owned it. So, bought it for $80,000. Sold it for $422. So. And then right after I sold it, it went down in value, but now it's up higher than it was.
Are you a golfer, Mark?
Sometimes. I'm not a big golfer.
Did you play there in Phoenix?
Yeah, because I was a sales rep, so I was taking customers, you know. So sales rep for roadway trucking. So it was a good way to get out of work. Well, let's go play golf today.
It's a great way. You know, I told you my son was laid off by charter a couple of months ago.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so they gave him 13 weeks of severance, which is pretty good. But he's been looking for a job, so they had a job opening at charter for what he used to do.
Really?
But he had to go for an interview today.
Right.
It seems to me a little bit weird.
What's charter?
It's a Charter Communications.
Okay.
They own a bunch of things like Centrum and I forget which service they own. It's a whole telecommunications thing.
Okay.
I forget which companies, but you would know the companies that they own, just not under the charter. And they have satellite communications, cable stuff.
Right.
Oh, so you got to call back the Dick Gross guy and say, hey, I'm sorry, I think we just got disconnected.
So I'm hoping he gets a job.
Come on.
I keep looking for my daughter-in-law.
The Lord told me we were disconnected. 10 seconds.
So we know she's pregnant.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Let's get to the phones. And were you able to get Marco Bendinelli on for that one malpractice issue?
He has not answered me back yet, but I did talk to Gross Dick.
You did talk to Gross Dick,
I did.
the attorney.
I did.
Richard Gross, the attorney
Yes.
for this scammer Talia.
Yes, he will not come on.
No, that's okay. He won't come on. But did he have
attorney-client
a comment for these people?
Yes, the Lord came down from heaven and gave us the law that also offers bankruptcy.
He said that?
Uh-huh.
The Lord came
So
down?
that just means he's going to file bankruptcy on her behalf. That's what it sounds like.
Yep.
Okay, so he said and gave us the law of bankruptcy.
Yep.
Now, bankruptcy is...
And he said that all victims will get whatever that the bankruptcy court will generate or award.
Well,
so
in a
I don't know.
bankruptcy, here's what they do. They look at... you know what? Let's get Wink on. Get Mike Wink on. I want to ask him about that because there's a certain intent. You can challenge bankruptcies. And bankruptcies, people think when a bankruptcy is discharged, that's a bad thing. That's a good thing for the person filing. If you file bankruptcy and the bankruptcy is discharged, it means that all of your debts are discharged. They go away. If the bankruptcy is dismissed, you're screwed. That means, or the creditor is dismissed, it means that they are not part of the bankruptcy and you must pay them. It is possible when you go bankrupt to have some debts that are discharged and some debts that are dismissed. depending on your culpability. If you are simply the victim of a bad economy or whatever, like if a business was collecting deposits with every intention of finishing the work, and then they went bankrupt, that's different than a guy who says, I better collect as many as possible before I go out of business. And that's the age-old challenge of bankruptcies. Really. Now, I want to answer a question for Gary. Gary, welcome. What is your question on small claims court?
Yeah, I'd like to know how to go about doing it. And plus, I want to know if it's feasible. I think I must be one of the number one, not people having trouble with Camping World.
Oh, there's a ton of people having trouble. What was your problem with Camping World?
I needed a awning for a motorhome I bought, and I called around a lot of different people around my area, and they were all a month plus out. So I thought, well, I'll call Camping World, see what they are. And they said, yeah, we can get on to it as soon as we get it ordered and do it. And I said, well, that's fine. So she figured it all up, and the girl that I talked to said that if it wasn't available through her, I'd have to go to their online store and order it, and they could ship it, Camping World, their online service, to them, and they would install it. So they give me an estimate and all this, and through the whole process, they asked me what length is it from, where the arm was, because there's no awning at all. All there is just, I guess the guy I bought said it got blown off. I don't know if it's been blown off. It looks like to me he sideswiped something and took it off. But that's the deal. But anyhow,
yeah, so let me get right to it. Did you ever end up ordering an awning?
Yes, I got the awning. I got it delivered to them. They gave me an estimate of $600 to install it. I said, yes, go ahead. Well, I took the motorhome there.
Okay, how much was the awning itself? How much was the awning itself?
$2,000.
Okay.
Which I paid for. But my thing is they wanted $600 to install it.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. And then once I brought my motorhome there, they called me back and said, we need another $400 to install it.
Okay, hold on. I want to find out why. I got to take this break, or Dragon will come in here and drag me out of here.
On some clients, and so Tom wanted to bring you on as an expert to talk about bankruptcy.
I wonder if the same laws apply
Perfect.
to them.
All right, hang on for me.
What if it's more than
okay, that's a miracle that he even freaking answered.
Well, they just, yeah, I don't know if they did the work even. I think they just called them, but it is the same. It's a motor vehicle, but then they wanted, they said it would be an extra, okay.
400, which is obviously over $100 limit.
The answer is this: if things are over, they can't just do it without right.
Right.
But I don't think they did it. I think he's just pissed that it's going to be that much.
Well, what does he go to small claims for then?
I don't know. I don't know what his. Maybe he doesn't want any of it. I don't know.
Well, if he didn't pay them anything, they get.
He paid $2,000 for the awning.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Hold on, guys. K&H Home Solutions is the place to call if you want, you need, and you're looking at windows that are made right here in Colorado called Alpine Windows. They're thermally insulated fiberglass windows, great windows. They've been making commercial windows for years right here in Colorado, moved into the residential market, and K&H, the oldest home improvement company in Colorado, is the one that does the exclusive dealer right now. So call them. Find out about these wonderful windows. That's K&H Windows.com, 303-421-7100, 421-7100. I love QC Colorado. Quiet cool. That's a whole house fan. I love it. In fact, right now, it's running at my home right now to keep temperatures even. Then I can turn the air on, and the air works less. Now, in another house we had where we're not there a lot, we use it when we get there. The house is really, really hot, and then we just turn that on high speed, and all the heat it goes out the attic and out to the roof, out the vents. You're done. And then your air conditioner comes on, and then you keep that fan on to keep temperatures even. Here's the message. You need it. Air conditioning alone will run and run and run and run and run, where QC Colorado will keep your house more even and your air conditioner works less. That's it. I know this for sure because I have two systems. 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419.
Where's the other house at?
It's Stephanie's and mine. You know, that one I have at church. The one you
I've been there. Yeah.
And then Stephanie has Bonnie Bray. That's the one that she bought when she moved to Colorado, and then she took it down to the studs.
Does he want somebody for Gary?
Major remodel. So it's like a beautiful. Her dad's a builder, so it's got all this decorative concrete and stone, and inside.
We're not potted up in here, right?
It was. People thought
We're not now.
Crazy for doing it because she bought it for $290 something.
What are you talking about?
She bought the house for $290 something and put another $300 in it. So people thought she was nuts.
Third house?
No, it's the one she lives in. Well, people thought she was nuts for investing $500,000. You know, an extra $300 in fixing it up. So she had $5-something in it, and now there are people knocking on her doors offering $2 million or more.
Wow.
There was
Yeah, because that's just south of Cherry Creek, right?
Hers house is right in Bonnie Bray, right on the park.
Okay.
We're right on the park. Now listen to that. It's Ellipsis Park. Houses less than that, not even as nice, because she has new everything, and it's hot water heat. Houses less than that sold for, the one across the street sold for $2.5.
Well, you know, it's location.
Right.
All right, so I got Link, but Natasha had to go. So
I'll just ask. I still have questions for Wayne.
And by the way, Richard Gross also extends you an invitation to lunch because he respects you.
Okay, maybe we'll get another bankruptcy attorney on. Hey,
I'm
look,
saying.
the attorneys don't do wrong; the clients do.
The Lord.
I don't know any. I don't know any bankruptcy attorney in the world. I don't know any that would knowingly let a client file knowing they cheated. Do you? Of course, because they lose their license.
Exactly.
It was a very interesting conversation.
Well, that's weird that he said that, though.
That God came down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, bankruptcy does have biblical roots for sure.
I didn't know that. No.
Oh, it absolutely does. That, in fact, when in Britain it started, and all those guys got all their laws from the Bible. That's where they got them, the capital laws and all that. And bankruptcy was the Jubilee, where slaves were set free remember, at 7 years, okay, you had to forgive debts and set slaves free to give people a fresh start. Wow. This was back in biblical days. And then every 49 years, 7 times 7, was the Grand Jubilee, where something even more significant happened. And Jesus used to, I don't know if Jesus or some of the prophets used to talk about the Jubilee, but really, so the whole thing is biblically based. Fresh start.
Interesting.
Right.
And debts being free.
iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. So now, Gary, what I want to do is I want to help you. And we got a lot of people. Be patient. I will get to you, I promise. So, Gary, on this Camping World thing, bottom line, you paid $2,000. Then they said it's going to be $600 to install. Now they say it's going to be $1,000 to install. So what I want to know is this. Where does it stand? Did you have them do the work or not?
No, I didn't. I thought that when they give me an estimate is the estimate.
It's not a contract, though. That's why it's called an estimate. See, if you called them on the phone and they said, "Listen, order this awning and we can install it for $600," that's not a contract, okay? But you're saying you would have never ordered the awning if you knew it was going to be more. Now, I agree with you on that. I totally agree. And therefore, I would ask them to take the awning back. Won't they just take it back?
They're not calling me back. I said, well, I'll take a refund.
Right.
And so I went and picked up my motorhome.
Yeah.
And they said, well, you have to call their online service. So I called them, and they said, no, you got to go back to your store.
Okay, so they're giving you the runaround. I got to go to, hold on a sec. I want to go to Michael Wink, an attorney at law, because I don't want him to wait during the break. He's with the winklawfirm.com, a bankruptcy attorney. Mike, I need to ask you something. If a ticket broker took a bunch of money to buy tickets and amassed creditors who are people waiting for tickets of about 60,000 or whatever, and they go bankrupt, can they get away with it if they knew they like? How would you challenge it? Would you have to show they kept taking deposits knowing they were in trouble, or is it almost impossible to challenge?
It is certainly possible to challenge, and what you would do is file an objection to discharge in the bankruptcy. So the key here is, while there's certain kind of debts that don't go away in bankruptcy, like student loans, and a student loan lender doesn't have to do anything in a bankruptcy to have its debt survive discharge, if you're claiming that you've been defrauded, you have to file an objection to discharge. And I could tell you that in those kinds of facts, you're going to have a very strong case, especially if there's a pattern and practice of, a lot of angry customers who paid and didn't get the goods.
Yeah, there are like 90 customers, and there's a pattern there over several months. She was collecting deposits, and I mean, it went on from September of 2023 all the way through June of 2024, and right. you got to ask yourself, wait a minute, why would someone do this? What if she simply says, I don't know, she may have an excuse, but you answered what we wanted, which is pretty cool, and that is that they...
Well, I'm a little confused, Mike. Would each person, let's say there's 100 different people, does each one of them have to do that? Or can one person go to the trustee with a list of names? I mean, how does it work?
Yeah, so each person has a claim, but if there's enough of them, you don't even need them all. You can object to discharge writ large and make it so that there is no discharge. So there's one case where you say, my debt doesn't go away, and there's another case where you say, because you defrauded 90 people,
you don't
none
get
of your debt
to...
goes away.
Okay, we got that. We gotta take this break. That's winklawfirm.com, and we have more coming up on this and your other calls. Stay tuned. Tell Gary we'll go back to him, but I just need to... It's not going to be difficult.
I thought he was going to say they'd have to have an adversary hearing.
Whether he got his awning back or not.
Okay. His awning was never there. His awning was shipped to Camping World from Camping World. He went there to have it installed.
Right.
They told him, we need more money. He said, forget the whole thing, and he took his motorhome.
Right, but did he get the awning back?
Well,
I assume he did.
He never had the awning to get back. He wants a refund.
Well, but he paid for the awning and sent it to them.
That they sent it to themselves. That's right. Camping World sent it to another Camping World.
Oh,
Camping World Online sent it to that Camping World.
Okay.
And now he doesn't want it.
Right.
So now he's just fighting for a refund.
Of what?
He doesn't want the awning.
Okay, well, that's...
He doesn't want the awning. He said, why should I have the awning? It's too much. I'm not paying $1,000 to have it installed. Do you know what I took on one time? I bought a motorhome years ago, and I literally ordered an awning in my hangar, and me and friends installed it. It was the crazy. I would not recommend. It was the hardest thing I ever did in my life.
Really?
I mean, holy shit! I mean, to try to, because you had to shim it and everything, so it was perfectly level, and then they gave directions and stuff. But when you go into the side of a motorhome, sometimes you can't go into certain members of. You have to only go into a frame. You can't
Right.
just go into the siding. Well, it was a bus, a Prevost bus, very expensive bus, but you can't just go through the steel. You have to go through the steel where there is a
Somebody's strong enough to hold
brace.
it, yeah.
So you have to drill out the rivet where there's a brace, and then use that hole. I mean, it was a fucking monster to do. And then because the bus went like this slightly, you had to shim it.
Yeah.
But I was in too deep not to do it because, and at the time, this was many years ago, the awning was like $1,400. I mean, that was a lot of money then. And I don't know how much it would cost to get installed because I had to run wiring to it. It was crazy. But
You
I
know,
remember.
on Saturday, I bought a dash cam because of
Yeah.
and so I'm paying Car Toys to install it so they can hide the wire and do everything.
Right.
So rather than doing it myself.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't want to be in that situation.
I've done crazy shit by myself. So there was a 20-year mandate on all aircraft. And what you had to do with aircraft is you had to upgrade your aircraft, no matter what it was, a little tiny plane or a big giant, that you had to be able to send out a signal to other airplanes as to where you are.
Is that like a transponder?
Well, no, a transponder sends out a signal that radar picks up.
Right.
If another plane had radar, they would pick you up. But because planes don't have radar,
Right.
they wanted to improve the whole system. So they made a mandate that in 20 years, by a certain year, it was 2020, you had to have every aircraft in America had to be equipped with something that sends out a signal, and it has to tell the other planes where you are and who you are. And here's the crazy thing. They mandated that you had to do that, send out.
Right.
But they did not mandate that the planes had to have
Had
a
a
receiver
receiver.
to find them. No, I swear to God. So you had to have what's called ADBS out, but you didn't have to have it in. Because what they figured was, if someone's stupid enough not to have it, it's not their fault. But at least everyone, so they didn't have to depend on centralized radars all over the country, because it's a fucked up system. They have centers that you would go to, and there were always gaps where there were no radar, because not everything's covered by radar.
Right.
So in order for planes to know where each other is, they mandated everyone talk to each other. It was called an ADSB signal.
Do you think the commercial airlines all put them in?
Oh, well, shit, they had them long before they needed
Oh,
it.
okay.
But here's the problem. A crop duster, it didn't matter who you were. Everyone had to have it. Do you know that was an average expense of $5,000 for every aircraft? Do you know how much money that is to a guy that has a used airplane that he just flies every
Right.
now and then? So I had
Hey, Dragon.
3 aircraft, an old antique that I win air shows with.
Yeah,
I had
buddy.
a little light sport that
I'm going to split. Tell him I might be back. I just don't know.
All right, you got it.
Helicopters
Thanks,
you
bro.
more because you have to do more shit. I did all of them myself, and the grand total for all 3 I did was $5,000 because I did it all myself. I adapted some shit that I had already, and then I had to go. You have to go have it certified. And I swear to God, the first time I ever did anything like that, where the first time in the test, they read the signal and said, approved, within tolerances. I was so flabbergasted. I just followed directions. And one of them, this one little light sport was so sophisticated that I just needed to change out an antenna. It's amazing what technology came out with. And this antenna goes on your transponder, and the antenna was a self-contained thing, that automatically, when you turned it on, would send out a signal. Then you had to program it with a cell phone app, because you're not just send out a signal, you have to put your N number on there and your name. So when you look at, and I have ADS in and out, so I can see planes all over. And so you can see who it is. If somebody's coming in, you can look up their N number and press a button and find out who they are. Isn't that amazing?
Wow.
You can find every plane around you. You can find out who they are. But that was the biggest in aviation. That was one of the biggest upgrades ever done because the entire fleet had to be done. And I don't even. Here's how they know. If you're out doing crop dusting, they would never know. But if you ever talk to any traffic control ever anywhere, like if that guy had to bring his plane in to be serviced, and the tower picks you up with no ADSB, they say they ground you. They say land.
Well, it sounds like it's easier than putting together a piece of IKEA furniture, right?
Oh, fuck. But I have a reputation of being stupid. No, I've taken on some shit that I should not take on. And I'm telling you, I get in the middle of it and I think, why did I do this? Sometimes I do that. But I'm trying to think of times when I did that and then had to bring in a pro. I did that one time. There's this one little engine I had one time that has 2 carburetors, believe it or not. The engine is built 3 cylinders or 2 cylinders and 2 cylinders, and each bank of cylinders has its own carburetor. Now imagine, though they have to be perfectly synchronized. That engine would vibrate apart, right?
Yeah.
They're little Rotax engines, and son of a bitch, I couldn't get it. And I had a guy that came over, and he has his stuff. And
10 seconds here, guys.
I was close, but
Right now at khow.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by RenewHomeInnovations.com. I love these bathroom remodels. Oh, my God. They do these shower conversions, okay? Everyone's getting rid of those old, ugly shubs. You know, you step over them and you got the curtain or that old diffused door. Anyway, Renew Home Innovations, they do it in 2 or 3 days. You have 72 months to pay with no interest. They're beautiful stone walls, no stone resin, no maintenance, glass panels in the front, no thresholds to stumble over. Joe Biden could get in there easily. And also they have soap dishes, they have benches, they have custom designed to your movement. 303-904-2000, 303-904-2000. And that's RenewHomeInnovations.com. Now, Deputy Bo joined us along with Deputy Doc, and I think I'm going to give Deputy Bo this one to work on with Camping World because didn't you work on Camping World once before, right? Yeah, he did. I thought I had that right, Gary. So the good news is I have a deputy here who will hassle them about your refund, but they did not really refuse the refund, right? They just said you had to go through a few procedures. Is that right?
Yeah, and well, here's the thing is, I've just heard all the problems they're having, and I think they're trying the same thing to me that they do to everybody else.
Well, they are pretty damn incompetent, but here's the deal. If you're calling me because you want to force them to install it for $600, it's not going to work. Because they didn't create a contract, they didn't create a binding thing where they have to do it no matter what. And the last thing you want is for what's called specific performance, where you're forcing someone to do something for a price they don't want to do it. I just think this. They should make it, however, since they induced you to buy that awning, they should refund the money with no question. So what do you have to do? Do you need us to get that refund, or are they going to do it for you?
I don't know. Like I say, it just seems like I'm getting the runaround. I mean, when I went to pick it up, I said, I asked for the refund, and they said, well, we can't get the refund. You need to call.
Right, because you bought it online. That's right. You bought it online from Camping World, which is different from the Camping World that you were at for installation. But here's the thing. I want you to call me back. I'm just going to mark this. call me back. We'll put somebody on it if you can't get a refund, okay? I don't think you should bother going to small claims court at this time. It's premature. They haven't refused your refund. I want to move on. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, we can't get, Janet, I can't get my malpractice attorney right yet, but I do want to go back to you so you're not left hanging.
Okay.
Hey, see if John Fuller's available. John can also weigh in on this. He actually could.
Okay.
Hold on. I just thought of that. I'll be right back to you. Let's try to get John to weigh in on this. And then I wanted to talk to B about the tenant landlord thing. Hi, B. What's happening?
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah.
Do I have to, how long a period of time do I have to notify my tenants of a rent increase?
Okay. Now, that's a loaded question. You're a landlord, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you're a landlord and you have no written lease, right? You have what's called a month to month tenancy.
I do.
Okay. So you have no written lease, right?
Nope, it's month to month.
Okay. In a month to month, and I say it used to be or it may be because I think there were some recent changes, and we can get Brad O'Brien.
Yeah.
In fact, we should get Brad O'Brien, but I believe that it's specified by law, which means I think you have to do it within a certain number of days of the rent cycle. And I'm thinking it's the full 30, but it could be 10 days. I got to find, I'm confused. There are some things that only require 10 days. So rather than speculate here, let's get Brad O'Brien on, okay? This is a great question for him.
And also whether there's limits on how much you can raise it.
I don't think there are. Are there right now? Oh, wait.
That's what I'm asking.
You know what? That's a good question. Right now, being a landlord has gotten so complicated. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I'm calling, because I know laws have changed.
All right, hold on. We'll get an answer for you. All right, we got that one pending. Let me make a note there for Brad O'Brien. And then we have the other one. Let me go to Lencho. Is that how I'm saying your name? Lenko or Lencho, or how do I say your name?
Lencho.
Lencho, what is happening?
Yeah. Hi. So unfortunately, with the hailstorms last July, there was a contractor in my neighborhood who had did my neighbor's roof. So I called him and got him going. I know. And so with that saying, I talked with him, and we signed a contract to have my roof done. And this was in August of last year. In January or in November of last year, I gave him the check that the insurance company had given me.
You paid him up front?
Yeah.
Oh, God. And was this just the roof, by the way?
There was supposed to be some gutter work done with it, like downspouts.
Yeah.
And so with that being said, that was that. The bill came up to like $13,000. The insurance company had gave me a check for $11,000, and then they sent me a supplemental check that I deposited. But with that being said, the roof was completed in January
so he
4th.
did at least do the roof.
Yes. So he did the roof, and then I haven't talked with him. I called him a few times. Finally, in March, he reached out to my insurance company saying that there was supplemental money because his bill was $13,000, and they sent me the check, but he never touches base with me. So,
all right, Lenchko, I got a couple questions. The initial check he took was how much?
A little over $11,000. I don't have that right in hand right now.
Okay, around $11,000. Okay, and then what? And then the supplemental is for how much?
It was like $3,800.
Okay. Now the supplemental check is $3,800. So what are you asking me?
So with this, he hasn't been in touch with me, and I've called him a few times.
Yeah.
And the last time I talked with him, it was March, and I didn't give him the supplemental money because he hadn't had a roof inspection done. He kept telling me that, they're months behind. Well, finally, months of my wife jumping on my back, I called on like the 17th of June. And I scheduled the inspection for the 24th because I'm not going to give him the rest of the money unless I get the final inspection saying the roof is done.
I get it.
The inspector came out on the 24th, and it failed. It said B Vance needs storm callers, and so the roof inspection failed. And then
what
I
does
get a
that mean,
call.
Mark Szymanski? Do you know what part they're talking about?
Yeah, it's just the bottom of the vent coming out of the roof.
Not a big deal.
Yeah.
No, it's not a big deal.
No.
Okay.
And with that though, also they had, when the roofers had put my swamp cooler back on after they did the roof, it was about 8 inches off of the center. So when I went to put it, I had some water run down. Luckily, there was no damage in that, but I noticed that they didn't do a good job of putting the swamp cooler back on. And so then I get a call on Monday, and they're talking to the insurance company because they want their money. While the lady goes, I have sent him a check. And she said the depreciation for the completed repairs was released to me in March, but I didn't feel I had to give that to him until I could get that final roof inspection. And now I'm scared out of my wits.
What are you scared at? You haven't told me anything. What's going on? I mean, you haven't told me anything.
Now he wants the money that the insurance company had sent. But my roof is not done, and he's threatening a lien on my house.
You owe him the money.
He's threatening a lien on my house.
That's right. You owe him the money, but he should fix those deficiencies. You're absolutely right. You're both right. He needs. You tell him
I don't mind giving him the money.
Well, I wouldn't give him the money until he fixes it and gets a final inspection. Did you tell him that?
Well, yeah, I tried to, and she called, and she scrambled. First, they called my wife, scrambled at my wife, and so then she called me, and I go, and she was really screaming at me.
Put it in writing. Put it in writing. You'll be happy to pay. Or what you can do is get a good faith estimate from someone on fixing that stuff, because it seems pretty damn minor to me. Mark, to fix that vent, and then what else has to be done? Does your swamp cooler have to be reset or what?
Well, I end up paying to get a new one set because.
Whoa! Hold on. What are you talking about? A new one? A new swamp cooler?
Yeah, because they had reset it. It was so bad.
He's not paying for a new swamp cooler.
No, and I'm not asking him for that. I'm just saying on my own, I end up paying for that. But
well,
what
forget that then. Then all you're looking at, really, come on, man, let's just be reasonable. What you're looking at is a vent that needs to be covered on the bottom, right?
Yeah, yes. And I just need communication with them because
how much? Hold on. Around how much? It doesn't need flashing or what? What did they say it needed?
No, I just owe them. From the insurance check they sent me and from the invoice or the contract I signed with them, I owe them a little over $2,000, which I have, and I'm ready to pay them. But there's just no communicating because all they keep telling me, like I talked to her, and she goes, "We're going to put a lien on your house." And I go, "Let's reset." I go, Heather. The name Heather is the wife. I told her, tell me what you need. And then I kept quiet. She told me exactly, blah, blah. You know, she was really upheated. And I go, okay, are you done? And she says, yes. I go, okay, I have no problem, but the roof inspection failed, and I just need you to come and fix it. Oh, you'll just be hearing from my lawyer, and we're putting a lien on the house. And that's what really scared me is because I try to be really
they can put a lien on the house because they give out liens like candy. So I'm only going to say this. I'm only going to say this once. They can put a lien on the house. You can fight it and do all that. Okay. You can also put in writing that you'll happily pay them for what they need. The remaining part that needs to be done. I'm trying every time I try to get this from Mark Szymanski from Genesis. You come in with something new. How much would it cost approximately to fix that?
$200.
A couple $100. What I suggest you do is withhold $500 and have an estimate done on what needs to be done and pay the rest to this roofer and say that you're going to have it done if he doesn't do it in a certain number of days and be done with it. That's what I would do. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So instead of holding the whole thing out, hold out what it will take to fix it. That's I don't see the big deal. 303-713-8255. Now, John Fuller is on, and I wanted to talk to him. I got it to Brad O'Brien, too. Damn, I got both of these experts, and I have to take a break. Let me go to Brad real quick here. Brad, this is a very simple question, so we can probably answer it. On a month-to-month lease under the law, it's just month-to-month. Now, I don't know. Hold on. Let me find out from her. B, is this a written lease or a verbal lease?
It's a written lease.
A month-to-month written lease. Does it say in that lease anything about rent increases?
No. Oh, yeah, it does. It does say that the rent can be increased.
does it say what you do when you increase the rent? Brad, what's the is there a short answer on how much notice she has to give to raise the rent?
Well, rent can be raised once every 12 months, and it's 21 days advance notice to give a rent increase on a month-to-month.
There's no advance notice?
No, 21-day advance.
Oh, I'm sorry, 21 days. Okay, but it can only be raised once every 12 months.
Right.
And then 21 days notice. How much can you increase it?
That's really not specified in the statute.
Okay, it's not specified. So this is the attorney's number here. This is Brad O'Brien, and he is a real estate expert, a real estate attorney, olslaw.com, and he has all kinds of issues. But again, he's in business of real estate law, and it's 720-370-7388. So B, the answer is you have to give 21 days notice, and unless, of course, the lease says something more than that, but 21 days notice, and you can only do it every 12 months. We got more coming up.
So that seems to be a loophole in the new law, Tom. You can't evict somebody for no reason, right?
But you can, well, actually, under that law where you have a lease, I do believe there's a limit to what you can, I do believe there's a limit there on the just cause law. Not this one. This doesn't fall under the just cause because it's month to month.
So she can quadruple the rent to get him out.
She can just, just not renew the lease. She can just give 21 days notice.
Oh, on a month to month, you don't have to do it.
On a month to month, Zero Res Denver. You know what that place is? Zero Res Denver is the place to go for carpet cleaning for so many reasons. The first reason, they get your carpets cleaner than anyone, and they get all the crap out from previous cleanings, and they don't leave any residue behind because they don't use any soaps or emulsifiers or chemicals. They only use purified, softened water that is unbelievably effective in washing away the pathogens and the allergens in your home. Now, once that's done, you'll be amazed at how quickly they dry. They use less water, and your carpets are cleaner. So for health and for better cleaning and for all of those reasons, ZeroResDenver.com, not to mention value. They have value like $109 for 3 rooms and $75 off duct cleaning. By the way, duct cleaning they do tile and grout cleaning, almost any hard surface you have. 303-471-5150. Okay, Red Rocks Roof and Solar is the place to call for solar work of any kind, and I'll tell you why. They do the sales, the installation, and the service, including warranty service. Plus, they're experts at the tax credits. They're experts on getting grants for commercial systems paid for. They're experts at financing if you need it. And so all of this they can help you with. And that's redrocksrs.com, 303-704-2449.
Hey, Tom, what's that website for the government bonds that you were talking about?
TreasuryDirect.gov. Yeah, I keep the money that's not invested in T-bills, right?
You want to see?
Mark, I'm Bo. Nice to meet you, Bo.
I'll show you my new girlfriend that he introduced me to.
Oh wow, that's cool.
It shoots shotgun pellets, not bullets.
But it's the what is the name of the?
Oh.
It's called the Judge.
I've seen those.
But what is that size they call 420? Is it 421?
410. 410.
What is 410? What
is a really small shell?
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you get the
So is it?
Oh, yeah.
It's way different than an 18 gauge. Way smaller than 18.
You think I would?
Or 20 gauge. I mean,
12
I
or
used to have a
20.
20 gauge.
It's a lot smaller than that. It's
Well, it did, yeah. I bought it.
it's thicker than this, but not much.
Oh, they're cool, huh?
No, I got the gun.
I have my grandpa's 410.
And they're very effective.
Oh, something like that, yeah, because it's splattering. It's
So I'm gonna,
you don't have to be so accurate with.
I'm going to go
bullets.
Sunday with my buddy.
So close.
Out to Cherry Creek.
Close
And
situation.
normally they shoot a 410 out of a rifle.
Yeah.
And what is it made for? Varmints and shit?
Yeah, my grandpa would shoot pigeons in the barn. So
But you know,
probably could shoot some rats with it. So
Wait, if you shot it at the wall, would it do a lot of damage?
a bunch of little pellet holes.
but if you shoot at a person,
Well, it depends how close you are.
well, there's one. I'm just.
Is it like bird shot or a little more? Is it?
It's all that.
You can get different size pellets.
Yeah, you can.
But apparently,
You can't get a slug for it, can you?
There's some of those that shoot both a 410 and it'll shoot
Yeah.
a round too, and I don't know what round it was.
but anyway, if someone, I just did it for peace of mind. Someone breaks into my home.
Oh,
it's
I
gonna
don't
be,
have-
And you're going out to shoot it to test it, right?
I'm going to go Sunday with my
Good.
friend to learn how to use it, but it's only going to be 30 feet at the most.
Did you order it from Amazon?
No, I went to Cabela's actually.
But yeah,
Amazon doesn't sell guns.
I know. But you know what? I was thinking of getting the tear gas guns, the little balls.
Oh, I've never seen those.
They're really powerful, and what they do, you don't even have to hit them right. That you hit near them and the gas disperses.
Wow.
They're little balls.
Okay.
And
It's got to hit something, doesn't it?
What?
It has to hit something, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
No,
It has to hit something.
It's like a
But
30
it
foot gun range.
and obviously you don't want to use it at close range for yourself.
Right, because then you got to get out of the way.
But let's see, there's a lot of those available. And the only thing I don't like about them, it doesn't seem to be a standardized round.
So you probably have to buy their proprietary.
I think you do. I like this better.
You know what's interesting? I have never owned or even shot any kind of firearm in my entire life.
Okay.
I mean, first of all, New
This
York
gonna be
City.
your first one?
Yeah, New York City, nobody had guns because that the strictest
10 seconds
gun
here,
laws in
guys.
the world.
Right.
And then when I'm
Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hey, we got Genesis in the house for anything on the outside of your house. He also does interior and home improvements, and then he does, I think, mostly when the weather's maybe bad or whatever. Do you do basement remodels like in the summer or not? Do you do mostly?
We're in the middle of one basement right now. We're in the middle of one basement right now.
Okay.
But typically, no, like if somebody called right now, I'd probably say we got to wait till the fall.
Because you got too much exterior stuff right now.
Yeah.
How many people are converting to stucco?
Not as many as I'd like. That's for sure.
I mean, it's such a great. It's not that expensive.
I think I think that it's going to be really super expensive.
They think it's going to be.
Yeah, and so that, we don't get as many calls as I'd like because I think it's a great option.
How is the expense? Let's say if I have some vinyl or stuff I don't like, and I want to convert to stucco, how much more is it than, let's say, using James Hardy?
See, James Hardy's, you're in the $15 a foot range.
Yeah.
And you're probably talking a couple bucks extra.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. 303-713-8255. John Fuller's on the line. He's an attorney at law. Now, he does personal injury and mostly auto accidents, myaccidentlawyer.co. But, John, this is an interesting question. Very interesting. Now, Janet had her thyroid problem, a large nodule on her thyroid. And she went to a surgeon, had it removed. And she still had trouble swallowing. Now, the swallowing was before the surgery and after the surgery. And the surgeon kept assuring you, Janet, nothing was wrong, right?
Right. But they're saying now it's in breast cancer. So they.
Janet, you're cutting way up. I got to establish this. At first, they kept telling you there's nothing wrong. You went to another opinion who told you they didn't get all of it out. Is that right?
No, she told me, the surgeon that did it.
Oh, she eventually. Why did she wait so long to tell you?
Because what happened was I went to have a swallow study because it was bothering me, and then my thyroid doctor said there's still some in you, some thyroid in you.
Now,
So
did the surgeon offer to go in it and take it out?
Yes, she said, she goes, I have bad news for you. There's still thyroid in you. And I go, well, right. They told me already, my thyroid doctor. So then she says, but I have even more bad news. And I go, what's that? She goes, it might be in your chest cavity. She said, it's grown so much that it might be in your chest cavity. So I'm going to have a cardiologist on board. She knows already it's in my chest cavity because I've been having chest pain, thinking I have, having heart attacks and stuff. And they're saying, no, your chest, the cardiologist said your heart is fine. But the whole time it's been this thyroid issue. So she said, I'm going to have a cardiologist on board, and if it is in your chest cavity, you're going to have a metal plate put in with screws. And then she keeps asking.
Yeah, but Janet, hold on. Okay, let's analyze this. And I know John Fuller's going to ask the proper questions. But there is a big difference, listen to this, between having surgery and them not getting it all to where it was there anyway, or by not getting it all, it turned out worse than it would have been. In other words, you had that problem going in there, and the invasion into your chest, how much was already invaded into your chest, I don't know, or should they have known? And these are all big questions. John, how do you even begin to tackle something like this?
Well, Tom, help me understand what moved into the chest. What was it that they tried to remove that has now?
Well, the thyroid is right. Okay, let's say we point to the bottom of our throat. Right. Okay, so I've never heard of a thyroid nodule growing into the chest cavity, but let's say that's what they're saying. That
I haven't either, for what it's worth.
What's that? You have never heard of it, Doc?
No.
Could it be?
It doesn't sound anatomically possible. And also, if he did, John, if you agree with me that if he left the thyroid in during surgery, it has to be so small that it could not be causing all of these problems after the fact.
Well, I mean, what Doc is getting at is, and this is kind of the lawyer's approach to it is, there's always this idea of duty, breach, causation, and damages. Let's just say, for the argument, that the duty was to remove the entire thyroid, and they breached it by not doing that. So then you have to get to the next two prongs, which is, did that failure to remove all of the thyroid cause her to be in the condition that she is today? Or is it perhaps true that whatever was there had already metastasized into other parts of the body, including the lungs or the chest cavity? And if so, how do you ever prove that it never metastasized before the surgery and it only metastasized as a result of them leaving whatever
that's what I'm getting at, right?
Thyroid.
Right.
And so the burden of proving that is going to fall on you, the plaintiff, and it's only going to be something that you can satisfy by having a doctor of the same basic credentials saying, Doctor number one screwed up and caused this, and I can testify to a reasonable degree of medical probability that your condition today was caused by the failure of Dr. One to remove enough or all of the thyroid when that original surgery was done. And to me, seems like a big task.
I asked my girlfriend, co-pilot here, who says that it is rare but possible that thyroid nodules grow out of the gland itself into the upper chest cavity, and the condition is known as substernal thyroid or substernal goiter. And what happens is it grows. Now, surgery is recommended, and if they can extract it through the thyroid, they do it. But then there is something, they said, a substantial invasive surgery. A sternectomy or
taking out the sternum.
Yeah, they're going to have to.
Not taking out, but taking out part of it.
They have to open that up, and then the plate would have to replace it. So that's what they're talking about, a major surgery.
Exactly.
Now, but Janet, your contention, in other words, here's what you would have to convince somebody that, because I know you're pissed off about this, but Janet, it could be that was there. That was going to have to be done anyway, and she just instead of doing it once, you have to do it twice. That could be the situation. In other words, if you're having the same symptoms and they took out 99 or 98% of it on top, then it could be that when she did that original surgery, they should have gone further in that surgery, but the fact that they did not go further did not cause necessarily the condition. I mean, you need, and the only way to get it done, you would have to have a doctor say they screwed up and it's malpractice. You have to get another similar doctor to say that.
She told me, if you want a second opinion, I won't be mad. I have my friend you could go see.
Yeah, you don't want to go see a friend.
I don't want to go see your friend.
No.
And she says, well, have you seen anybody else? Have you talked to anybody else about this? I go, no.
There are plenty of doctors. There are plenty of doctors that will be happy to give you another opinion. And you're going to tell them, I had this done a year ago. And could they have seen it a year ago? How much imaging did they do? Does it show up on it?
After I had this done, when she came out and talked to my daughter, she goes, it was a rough surgery, she said. And when I talked to her now, I told her, why didn't you, if it was such a rough surgery to begin with, why didn't you, and I came complaining that I was still having the symptoms, how come you didn't do another CAT scan or something to make sure everything was all right?
Janet, you're mistaking lack of care for malpractice. I'm not saying she's the greatest person in the world. What I'm saying is, did that inaction to catch it the first time cause it? Or was it there to begin with?
Martino.
Yeah, and if it was there to begin with, that's what you need someone to determine for you.
Okay.
Now, I don't know how you do that. But, John, as with any malpractice case, she has to get another doctor, right? Independent.
Yeah, exactly. One of the laws we have in Colorado when it comes to professional malpractice is called a certificate of review statute. And what it basically says is that when you go to file a complaint against a professional like a doctor, you have to already have on board another expert of the same credentials that will say that the first doctor actually breached the standard of care. We call it a standard of care expert. It's not absolutely required before you file the complaint, but it is required within a very short period of time after you file the complaint. So your first step is going to be to find a doctor that feels like doctor number one definitely deviated from the standard of care, and this is really important, and that deviation from the standard of care caused you to be in the situation that you're in today.
Right.
If you can do both of those things, then you may very well have a malpractice case. However, keep in mind there's only a 2-year statute of limitations, so all of this needs to happen within this next year ahead of you if it's already been a year behind.
Right. Now, Janet, a quick question.
Another doctor.
A quick question, Janet. Are they willing to do this follow-up surgery at no cost to you? Did they mention that?
She didn't mention that. She's just already scheduled. Wants me to see a scheduler. She said if I want a second opinion, she won't be mad, but she wants me to go see her friend.
No, you're not going to go see a friend. You need to go see. You actually need to go see somebody who does sternectomies and then sternoctomy, whatever the hell it's called, or sternotomy. How do you say it, Doc?
Sternectomy or sternotomy?
That one. Yeah. Okay. So.
Do you have any suggestions?
No, I mean, I don't know anybody. Goodness, no, I don't know if Deputy Doc does either. I mean,
Google. Thank God for Google.
No, but you have to go locally to somebody and get examined and have them give you an opinion on how that happened and if it grew recently and if it's fast growing and how does that happen and all of your questions and then try to get a certificate of review.
Is taking out the whole thing.
She said it's saying here that you have to open the whole damn crest and may have to remove the thyroid tissue from the upper chest, causing a sternotomy.
Yeah.
Sternotomy. Dan, my God, that's why they said she's going to need a plate.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. I mean, obviously, I didn't. I'm not a thyroid expert,
rare.
But yeah.
And a thyroid small, isn't it about the size of a quarter?
It's a pretty small gland up here.
Walnut, they say. Don't they? Well, the nodules. I have a real big nodule, and I had a biopsy. and there was nothing there. And then I have to get imaging. They tell me I have to get imaging every 3 years or something. I don't know. And it hasn't grown once. It hasn't grown.
Where's it located?
On my thyroid.
Usually that, you know.
It's a thyroid nodule, and it's they're called benign nodules. A lot of people have them, they say.
Yeah, I wonder if they
like 40 or 50% of the population.
I wonder if they had given her.
Lazy Days RV. If you have an RV and you need service, isn't it great to know you have a dependable place? And by the way, their service center here in Colorado is excellent, just north of Denver on I-25 and exit 240. That's the turnoff to Longmont, right there. Used to be Century RV. Our friends there merged with Lazy Days, and by the way, it's now known as Lazy Days of Denver at Longmont. And you can go to lazydays.com to find out more. Not just, of course, service, but they do sales, new and used RVs. They have excellent trade-in values. They're the RV authority, lazydays.com.
Usually the first thing they do is give you radiated iodine to get rid of the thyroid problem. I wonder if she got that first.
It might have been too far.
Doesn't sound like it.
Doc, did you get a holster for your piece?
Not yet.
Let me see that picture again. Looks like it's
I wouldn't bother.
That's my buddy's holster.
I would just have a holder somewhere.
That's the problem. We have all ours in a safe. I'd have to say,
So it's
Mr.
blue.
Criminal, you got to wait until I open my
Blued.
safe.
It's blue. The finished.
You get one of those quick action ones.
Yeah, or the fingerprint one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good, Doc. You need to go out and shoot that thing.
So mine, so it's pretty reasonable.
So how long did you have to go back in 3 days? I'm just curious how the background check.
It's 3 days now.
Say again?
3 days.
3 days.
Yeah, it was a 3-day.
Oh, that's not that CBI. That's a state law thing.
That's Colorado.
Right.
And now if you use a credit card, Colorado traces you that way too. I didn't understand that because you're buying a gun, they already know you're buying a gun. Ammo, I guess not.
Well, what was this with the card mark? It should do a background check on your credit card. Make sure it's yours.
I don't know. They said the credit card companies now have to report to the state of Colorado if you're buying ammo or firearm.
Oh, they do.
I paid cash. I didn't use the
Ammo too?
Yeah, ammo too. So if you're buying ammo, because I always use Ammo Seek is where I buy mine. I find the lowest deal.
I go to Ammo Man. You ever heard of them?
No.
They're the cheapest place to buy ammo, and there's no tax, and there's free shipping on
Yeah.
everything.
So if you go on Ammo Seek, they tell you which companies have the best deals.
Oh, really?
Look at it. It's such a great site.
What's it called?
Ammo Seek. They don't sell anything direct. They link you to a website. Ammo Seek.
Yeah, I didn't mind the 3-day.
No,
you could wait
I don't mind all the new. I actually don't mind all the new laws they put in place. It's just, again, the concealed carry course now is an 8-hour course. You have to take a test and you have to do live fire. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, they need training. I took it like 15, 20 years ago. I just went in and got it.
So now you have to renew every 5.
Oh, really?
Renew what? Your
concealed carry.
Oh, yeah.
It's either 3 or 5.
I should look at maybe mine's expired.
It is.
So you need
I'm gonna look.
you need a concealed carry to put in your glove box, right?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
You have to sit on your front seat.
You can do that legally.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
What? You can keep it on your front seat legally?
Yeah.
They have open carry.
In full view.
Wow.
You can open carry in Colorado, right? Except in no gun zones.
Right. Yeah. Which.
I guess I'm getting 2025. So I must have.
Oh yeah, you must have.
What's that? As I can see, since I have kids.
What do you have to do to get a concealed weapon? You have to go to a class,
You
right?
have to go to class, and then I'm in Jeffco, and then you go down to Jeffco. You have your thing in your ID, and then they take you. They take a picture of you.
But when do you carry?
I don't, but I have my rights to do it.
I used to carry when I was taking big cash deposits when we had our business over off of Federal and Alameda.
Most people don't know how to use it if they do have it.
that's the next classes I want to take. We're going to be out of town, but there's one, some little town here in Colorado, and it's a full day, and that's what you do. You practice like you're in a home, you're in bed, and all of a sudden somebody's breaking in. What do you do? And practicing.
It's nerve wracking. Most shoots are done within like a minute. It's actual shoot.
And you got to reproduce that adrenaline, because it's amazing when I see fucking people on the news here or on YouTube or something when they have a shootout with police and they're missing. They're right here.
Yeah.
Before NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Now, earlier in the show, we talked about ticket secrets. The woman is going bankrupt, but she collected tons of deposits on tickets. Tons. And Mark, did you say that Suze can probably get some pictures of her? We'll get her on Sleaze Brigade from Facebook. And anyway, Carlos is one of the victims now. We got so many calls from people who have been scammed. How did your scam happen, Carlos? When and how?
Hey, Tom. Thanks for having me. Well, I bought tickets back in November for the Kenny Chesney concert that's supposed to happen here at the end of the month. And then I also bought other tickets for Missy Elliott this month, I think next week. And I found out the beginning of June, beginning of July, that she went out of business. And she posted on her Facebook that she retained legal counsel. So I'm in the process right now of trying to get my money back from the bank or PayPal. But I think since the transaction happened so long ago, I'm having trouble. So I'm trying to fight that a little bit. But I'm a part of a group on Facebook right now, and I think there's a well over 300 members now. There's quite a bit of people. They're putting together a spreadsheet of all the different transactions that they've lost on. And I think
I have the spreadsheet. It's amazing. It's amazing to me. And I don't know how she kept taking deposits. Did she find out at the last deposit she was in trouble? Or did she know? Should she have stopped taking deposits? I mean, that's a lot of money to take for nothing.
Right. And I have used her before, and I've gotten tickets.
That's right. Everyone says that. And the earliest trouble I could trace was September 2023. And then all hell broke loose. She didn't fulfill anything from September 2023 through June. Now, I don't know how you go September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June. So she went 10 full months taking deposits and not fulfilling tickets. So come on. I mean, I can't see how she goes bankrupt on this.
Yeah, I think the catalyst was the Morgan Wallen concert. Apparently, she was right before the concert. She was asking for tickets for folks to sell her the tickets, and I think it's because she had promised others the tickets, so she was trying to keep ahead of flow. But suddenly, everybody started asking. She wasn't able to deliver those tickets, and people started asking for their money back, and it kind of just snowballed, I bet. But I'm not sure exactly how she collected so much money, and nothing to show for it right now, I guess. Or maybe she does. I don't know.
It's going to, like I said, it's going to be very difficult to prove, but she's going to have some explaining to do. And I'm hoping that you guys all get together as creditors, and maybe you can chip in for an attorney to object to the bankruptcy in general.
Yeah, one person right now is meeting. Actually, this morning they met at 10 o'clock with an attorney. I haven't heard any word on what.
You want to make sure it's an attorney that is well versed in challenging bankruptcies, not just any attorney.
Yeah, good point.
And some of the best for challenging bankruptcies are the ones that file bankruptcies for clients. They know the system. There are so many businesses for sale out of California.
Businesses for sale?
Business, yeah, and California and commercial properties. People are just so sick and tired of that state.
All the laws.
And the prices aren't bad because they want to get out.
My neighbor across the street, he's part owner of a restaurant.
SheridanAutotech.com. Sheridan Autotech will do a pre-buy inspection for a used car if you want one, and that's a really important service. They can also do regular service and maintenance on your car, whether it's under warranty or not. That's right. It doesn't void the warranty. Now, they can't do the warranty work. You take that to a dealer, but they can do everything else in between, cheaper, better than dealers.
Hi there.
303-455-7242. They also do electrical issues, any heavy or light maintenance. SheridanAutotech.com, 455-7242.
Chain link fence.
Now, if you're looking for countertops and you maybe have a small project, you want granite or natural stone of any kind, they do it all. You can go to the Art of Granite, and if they have it in their remnant yard, you get the materials free of charge. Now, if they don't have it in their remnant yard, you can still just pay wholesale for the materials. That's how the Art of Granite rolls. And they will give you prices on the phone. They do beautiful work. TheArtOfGranite.com, where tear out and haul away is always free. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919.
Yeah, he says it's horrible. And now what they do, some just reverse that one, all these fees that they have to charge on top of everything in the restaurant, but now they have to pay it back now.
Denver's getting this bad with fees also. That, Poles is trying to get around the table by making it a fee instead of a tax.
Yeah, in California, isn't the minimum wage $21.50 for McDonald's?
No, I think it's 20. 20 for fast food. So Applebee's doesn't have to pay that, but McDonald's does.
Why doesn't Applebee's have?
Because they're not fast food.
Oh, it has to be. Oh, that's
it has to be fast food. Panera Bread was trying to get out of it, but they.
You have to have a certain number of stores.
Yeah.
So
Well, I don't know, do you? Because some mom and pops went out of business and said we can't afford $20 an hour. You know, people show up the next day and they were closed. They said, well, we're not doing this.
What does your friend do at the restaurant business? Your neighbor?
So he's part of it. There's several owners. It's a big fancy high-end restaurant. So,
is it in California?
Yeah, it's in San Fran.
San Fran. Oh, yeah.
I had a neighbor who's going to develop some property in California, and after a month, he just said, it's not worth it. The amount of time, energy, and hoops you have to jump through before you even begin the project, he just said, I'm just going to sell the land and not even bother with it. It's so prohibitive.
Yep. I agree.
Move to Utah.
Idaho.
That's what I was going to say. Hey, Doc, nice job on that $100,000 the other day. Listen, you did really good on that one. That's probably the haul of the year. Was you here Monday? Was you here Monday?
Yeah.
I'm lucky to be back.
I was here Monday, and, I'm here Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Tuesday, I have my little poker game.
Yeah. I got caught up in that hurricane down there.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was down there 4 days. I got caught right in the middle of it on a Saturday.
Where were you at? Houston?
You were relatives, right?
Yeah, they have a lake in Lake Livingston, which is an hour out, and we saw it coming in. But yeah, they canceled every flight in Houston. Trees down, the road was blocked. I never experienced a hurricane. Power was out, so the in-laws had a generator, but the generator was right next to my bedroom window, so they ran out 24/7, so I couldn't sleep. And then I could smell the damn diesel
You should have moved
fumes.
to the couch in the living room.
Yeah, she went down. Well, I did. I went down, stretched out on her boat dock. I was so happy to get out of there.
There's a lot of rain.
There wasn't a lot of rain, but it had the wind was on, the hurricane was only 65-mile-an-hour winds. Okay. But it was like microburst. It was knocking down trees. It was just weird. It was just concentrated. And it only lasted for like 2 hours. Okay. Then I experienced the eye. The eye went over the house, and it was like daylight, and like nothing happened. And it was 30 minutes.
That must be kind of cool.
You know what? It was something to experience. I don't want to ever do it again. I don't think I'm going back down here next year.
It's like the first time I met my future father-in-law. They lived in Buffalo, or on Lake Chautauqua. We went there in September.
This is Denver's talk station.
Thanks so much for taking my call.
630 KHOW. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. We are continuing with their phone calls at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So we are, anyone scammed by Ticket Secrets, we're working on that. And we are also in communication with the woman's attorney, Talia Yeager's attorney, who is Richard Gross. Now, Ernest, what's happening with you? What is your question?
Well, I got a couple of questions, Tom. I get nervous, so, when I get on radio. But anyway.
You don't seem nervous, Ernest. What is your question?
My question is there a statute of limitation, like when you file a claim?
Hey, can I ask you what that noise is in the background?
It's my, I'm on oxygen.
Oh, you are? Okay. Then we can look past that. Now, are you at home?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Don't shut off the oxygen.
Yeah. Now, Ernest, do you have to be on oxygen full time?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know that. Is that a recent development?
Well, they put me on for full time recently. I have told you I get nervous, but anyway, they put me. I've had COPD for a while.
Okay.
But then, just in the last year, they put me on. Last 6 months, they put me on oxygen full time.
So, what do you need to know about home insurance?
Well, I got a claim in, and one of the questions I need to know is once the claim has been started, is there a statute of limitation on it?
Okay. There is a statute of limitations for suing your insurance company, which is 1 year from the date of the accident or the claim. So, what is this claim for?
Oh, there's some damage in my basement caused by water, and American Restoration is someone you recommend, right?
Yes.
And so they came in and they started on it. They've done
they removed the water.
Yes, they've removed a lot of the.
All right. So, Ernest, here's what I want to know. When did you file your claim?
It was in May.
In May. Well, that's okay. Now, you should have heard at least something from them, or they should have sent an adjuster. Hold on, and we'll maybe call for you and help you out.
Finally, a plumbing and HVAC company with great service and the lowest prices. Master Service.
I think he just wants to know if you put the claim in,
monochrome.
can they wait 2 years to pay him? He's just concerned about the statute of limitations.
But it would.
Well, that's what he thinks.
Yeah, he filed the claim.
I think he is wondering when do they have to pay him.
And so
When
you
do they
said
have
this
to
was
get
a
to the
new
job?
build, right? That damaged your fence. Okay. All right. Hang on for me, James, and he'll be with you as soon as possible. Okay.
I did something last night I haven't done in years and years. I overdrank.
What did you drink?
You could call it officially inebriated, but Stephanie said I was funny, but I didn't do anything stupid. But I was with a bunch of friends that we hadn't gotten together in a while, just a bunch of old men.
Old dudes.
And we were at this restaurant. They kept bringing.
Where'd you go to eat?
Venice downtown.
Oh, Venice.
Across from.
What did you drink, Tom?
Well, I started out with 2 martinis and then
Wow.
wine.
Oh, you're mixing that. What's it? The potato.
Who drove home? That's the question.
And I don't drink every night. I drink very seldom.
Who drove home?
Oh, we had Lyft.
Okay.
But Stephanie would have driven anyway. So anyway, but what got me was it just slowly stuck up on me. God, I feel, it really. I don't know how people do it.
Well, you're 70 years old. Your tolerance goes down.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like
Wine and vodka. That's terrible. That's the mixing the potato and the grape.
So Mark, anyway, to finish my story, so we went to Buffalo, got soda for 3 days, had to cancel some surgeries. So when we finally got to the airport, I gave my father-in-law the key to my apartment where we were living. I said, Bob, here's the key. You can come anytime. Don't have to call. I'm never coming back to Buffalo. And in 25 years of marriage, I only went back 2 times.
Is that right? So my wife's from upstate New York.
Where?
So, Catskill area.
Okay.
So.
I spent a lot of time there.
Yeah, a little town called East Durham.
Called what?
East Durham.
Okay.
But so we went to Buffalo, because that's right on the border, you can go to Canada, right?
Yeah.
I'll never forget, her parents in the car, I'm in the car, and we're waiting to cross the bridge, and there's a little ice cream stand right there. She just jumps out of the car. I'll be right back. I'm like, we're waiting. Sure enough, and here she comes back with 4 ice cream cones for all of us. Thought that was pretty funny. So.
Just jumped out.
Yeah, I worked in the Catskills at the Jewish hotels. As a waiter and a busboy. You ever see Dirty Dancing?
Yeah.
That was us.
Yeah.
In the '60s, we had such a great time. The best story is there was a fire in the kitchen, so we had to get everybody out of the hotel. They said, knock 3 times. If nobody answered, kick open the door. So we did. So we went through the whole hotel 3 times.
Kicking in doors. Huh?
Open the door, get everybody out of the hotel.
Bet you probably saw people making love.
It was.
Hi,
That's what we
Brittany.
hoped
My
for.
name is Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom
my
Martino
wife
Troubleshooter Show.
and her sister.
And you had just sent us an email regarding a stolen car and an issue you're having with Esurance. Hello?
Smallingers, it's one of those places.
Hi,
that,
is this Brittany?
When the city come up with
yeah.
summer.
Okay, hi. Yeah, this is Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show, and I just read through your email, and I do have an open line right now if you'd like to go on and get some help about the issue you have. And this is a stolen car, and Esurance is denying the claim, correct?
So one time I had a little MG at the time, so I was dating a girl who worked at another hotel. So I'm driving back, and Route 52 is great. It goes through the Catskills. It's only about 10 miles, but it's all these curves around everything. So I'm going around, and then this Triumph is behind me. So I'm thinking, all right, we're gonna have some fun. So I'm doing what I do to get back to the hotel. He's right on my tail. I think this is really fun, So I pull into the parking lot. The Triumph pulls in next to me, and these 2 state troopers get out in full uniform, and they say, "If we are ever in a cop car and see your car, you're going to jail." There's nothing we can do now, but you better watch your ass.
Okay, so it's Esurance that is an
They
issue.
were in uniform.
What were they doing in a Triumph?
They were
All
going
right.
to work.
Oh, they're
What's
going.
amazing to me is with all this shit with Biden and the election, the stock market has been pretty steady. That's amazing.
Because they figure,
Okay.
The stock market's been going up.
Well, I know. I mean, but here's the first time in history.
Okay, but initially, it was a stolen car initially. Tom will ask you all these questions. So, yeah. So I just issue with a stolen car,
And there's no
then
fundamental
Insurance was
supporting
your
it.
insurance company.
It's
right?
not no earnings or
Perfect.
support, nothing.
Okay,
It's
hang on for
almost
me.
like-
There might be a slight wait time, but you should get on very momentarily.
It just-
Okay.
It scares me.
No
when
problem.
When it's good for no reason. That's
Listen
what
to
scares
your
me.
entire life story.
It's uncertain this election with Biden.
they probably figure that, for the next couple of months, there's going to be no big changes. And if Trump gets in, it's better for business.
No, but it's been doing that for like, since the beginning of the
You think it has anything to do with the low unemployment?
I guess. I don't know. Is your business in general pretty steady as a business?
So we saw a big dip in the beginning of the year. Commercial just stopped. Because I got one guy that's all he does is commercial work. And it just, I mean, it was boom, like that. And then it took about 3 months and we started seeing some stuff come back. But, you know, and contractors saying no one's having us bid anything. And that's when the interest rates went, you know.
Yeah.
But they're doing some stuff, you know. But then residential, I mean, it was slow. It was a little slow spring for us, but it's really picked up. Just weird stuff like, you know, yesterday I did a live spot. I truly was on a person's roof and they had mold in their attic, and we're starting to see more and more of that. Mold in attic. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting that I never noticed it before.
Be mold in an attic.
Yeah,
It's
this
like
house, you
screaming
know,
hot.
it's so funny because this lady, and I feel sorry for this lady.
What's that? Did you say?
How could it be mold in an attic? It's like 120 degrees.
That's the reason. Mold loves heat.
But you gotta get moisture in there, you know, and so.
Yeah.
Basically, these people have Safeco insurance. They denied, they started claiming, approved it, then denied it. And then, and so she's fighting them. And so Matt Stafford's gonna get involved with this one too. And so, but, you know, they got water in the attic space. In the house, there's a soffit that got wet. And now the whole one north side of the house in the attic is all covered in mold.
Really? Green mold?
No, black. All black. Yeah. And she's got some mold around windows, but we think that's a separate reason. I think the windows are just old and moisture's getting in the window. So I think that's causing the mold in the windows.
You know, they say that Harris could beat Trump. I don't. That's what Paul said.
She's a
To win $1,000, just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Check. That's check. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. We are here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little easier. Waterpros.net can make your life easier with a water system. $3,400, I think, for the whole house, completely installed softener. They're wonderful systems. And with soft water and pure water, you hardly need detergents. I'm telling you, you'll be so amazed how everything changes. Now, of course, drinking water at the kitchen sink is great, too, for only $1,400. 303-862-5554. Mark Szymanski's with us from Genesis Total Exteriors. He does a new thing he's doing now is mold inspections. He'll do a mold testing. He'll do a mold mitigation. And he says that recently some mold has been showing up in attics. Why is that?
Ventilation.
And I'm not saying it's recent. What I'm saying is they've been discovered recently. Ventilation. So poor ventilation. Walk me through that. How that?
So basically, you want air to transfer in your attic space every 3 to 4 hours. And what happens?
And it comes in from the bottom through the.
You want it to come in from the bottom through your
vents,
soffits.
the soffit vents,
and then come out of your roof. Again, I was just on a roof yesterday. 0 soffit vents, and so then they're
stagnant air.
Stagnant air. It's just, and they had a water leak from a storm, and sure enough, then here you are. A few weeks later, their attic's full of mold.
Wow.
Yeah.
So now, in addition to a roof, do you have to replace the decking?
No, you don't have to.
Plywood?
We're able to treat all of it.
Good.
The special chemical we put on it, it eliminates the mold, and then we seal it all up after that.
And then help the airflow.
Right. Yeah. Get the soffit vents put in.
Ernest wanted to know about how home insurance. Ernest, bottom line is this: did you put in a claim in May? And who's your insurance company?
USAA.
USAA. Okay. And you have not.
With the insurance.
You have not.
It's just that I wanted to lay it. My daughter's going to go. She kind of takes care of my business because I can't see well too. and she's going to be going out of town, and she's going to be coming back right after the.
What do you want to delay, Ernest? What do you want to delay?
They've already done the demolition. I just wondered if I delay it till the end of this month, would it cause a problem?
Ernest, there is no problem. If they're covering it, you're allowed to take a break. You don't have to have it done. You don't have to. Once you file the claim, there's no time limit on getting it done. Your mortgage company, if you had a mortgage company, they might put a time limit on it. But no one tells you have to have it done in a certain amount of time. No.
No, that's what I called about it. Because I'm going to ask them. I think they start in the second portion of it.
Yeah.
And they said this week coming up, and I was going to ask them postpone it for.
And you're certainly you certainly can do that, and no one's going to force you to get it done any quicker. James, what's going on in your life? You have an issue with a builder. What's going on?
Hey, Tom.
Hey.
So long story short, we've been in this house for about 3 generations.
Wow.
They just demolished the house next door. They put a large hole in it. I talked to the foreman.
Wait. Have you talked to me before?
No, sir.
Okay, we had a similar case. So they're doing building next door, and when they did demolition, it did harm to your home?
Correct. So
how old is your home?
Oh, man, I want to say 50 years around, maybe more.
Okay. Now, here's what I want to know. What kind of damage do they do?
So my grandpa had it custom built, so he did have permits. They put the chain link into like concrete on the bottom, so it's embedded. They started off with like a 2 feet by 2 foot hole. I had to cover that up because I have dogs.
No. What did they do to you? What did they do to your property?
That's not considered my property, my fence.
Okay, so they put a hole in. Did they just think they could do that, or is it both fences? Whose fence is it?
It's our fence, my fence. We paid to have it built.
And it's on your side of the property.
Correct.
Okay, and how old is that fence?
Shoot, it's about 35 years old.
What condition is it in?
It was perfect condition when they got started on the demolition.
And it's a privacy fence, or is it a split rail? What is it?
So this one, it's only a chain link, which we built like a privacy up behind it. Just we kind of wanted to keep it.
No, I get it, but the chain link is what's broken.
Correct. But the next day after I talked to the foreman, I come home after work, and they took about 3.5 feet of the chain link and the concrete out.
But why?
I have no idea. He said that I've talked to the people at the company. They said that they would do something about it, and that was about 2 months ago.
Oh, this is ridiculous. So,
thank you.
I mean, they don't give any reason whatsoever. They just one day you notice that your damn fence is part of it's torn down.
Correct. Yes, sir. And I have pictures showing like the progress, but I mean, they've damaged concrete in the front using their heavy equipment,
whatever they did, they have to fix. They have to fix whatever they did. Now, are you dealing with a property owner, or are you dealing with the contractor?
I believe it was the contractor.
Well, if you contacted, does anyone own that property, or is it being built by the contractor to sell, or who owns it?
I am not aware of that. I would assume the contractor, but I'm not. I don't know. Who should I talk to about that?
If you have the address, you can ask the assessor's office who owns it. You can go online and research it.
Will do.
Find out who owns it, because if you threaten the property owner and you say, look, you have people working there, I'm going to hold you responsible, they're going to do something about it.
I appreciate that. That helps me a lot, Tom. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
But start there and call us back, because the owner is going to be ultimately responsible because they hired that person and that contractor.
So I will definitely follow through with that as soon as I get off the line with
All
you.
right. Call me back and let us know how it goes. Thank you. 303-713-8255. Brittany, what's going on, Brittany?
Hi. It's kind of a long story, so I'll try to make it short. My husband's car was stolen on June 2nd.
Oh.
We have insurance. Yeah. We have insurance. It was given to one adjuster. She told me this was on a Monday, that by Wednesday we would have a car. Of course, nobody calls me back. Wednesday, I find out I have a new adjuster. She never called me, nothing. So then I don't get a hold of her till the following day, and I couldn't give her another interview. So then she tells me I call her back again later on that day because I didn't have time. I'm at work. She didn't answer. She's in Arizona. So I call her at 3 o'clock our time, which is 2 o'clock her time. She's already at home. But our hours are Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. So then she calls me back on Monday the 10th, or the following Monday, to let me know that...
Have you gotten a car? I need to know. Did they ever give you a rental or anything?
So they finally gave us a rental 2 weeks later, and now we have to return it because they're saying we've met our max, and the car just got out of impound. So they're not even anywhere looking at our car yet.
Wait a minute. So they did recover your car, too, the police?
26 days later after being in impound.
Wait, how many days was it in impound?
So the car was found on 6/2. It was stolen on 6/1. Thank God.
Are you kidding me? So you mean to tell me your car was stolen on the 1st, and and they found it the next day, and you didn't know about it?
No, the police called us. It was stolen in the night, and it was parked off to the side. We live in a townhome, and so we didn't realize it because we only have a one-car garage.
So when they recovered it, they took it to impound.
Yes.
And it was an impound for how long?
It was from 6/2 to 6/26.
But why? Why was it there so long is what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, they told us that they were going to have the appraiser go there. Well, then they could never get into the the lot, but then nobody called us to release the car until 6/21. And then they didn't pick up the car till 6/26.
Are they paying for all those impound fees?
That's what she said, but they sent us a certified letter stating how much it is. And now my husband's car is not fixed, and we have to return the car on the 13th because we only got a $3,000 limit.
Well,
and
tell me this. Well, tell me this. That limit is what you're insured for. There's not much you can do about that. But
they were supposed to give us a car match, and they didn't. They gave us a car that cost over $110 a day.
What do you mean? What did you want? Something less than that?
Yeah, so they were supposed to give us, my husband, he just has a Hyundai. Like, it's a little car. They were supposed to give us one that was supposed to match, but the Enterprise didn't have it. So they told us that they were going to charge the insurance the $420 a week it was supposed to cost, but instead they're charging them like $800. So I told them they need to call Enterprise and get that figured out.
I see. You're saying you would have been able to have the car longer if you didn't have, if you didn't pay so much.
Yeah, and they shouldn't have left it in the impound for
when you
25
signed the
days.
contract with Enterprise, you knew what the daily rate was, right, or not?
No, there wasn't. We didn't sign anything. It was all through the insurance.
Wait, you never signed. You never signed for this car.
My husband did sign for the car, but there was nothing about the rate. It said that it would be billed to insurance.
Okay. Oh man, what a mess! When is your car going to be ready?
They don't know. She said it's still under appraisal. That's why they're not even moving their feet. I've asked for supervisors.
So your main deal is you need a replacement car while they screw around with you.
Yes, and they won't do it.
And you're saying they carelessly paid too much.
Yes, exactly. And then, she said, who knows when it's going to be done, but we're still paying the premium. We're still paying the car payment, and now we have no car, and my husband works in heavy construction. He goes from site to site. They told us to get a list.
Well, okay, that's ridiculous. Hold on a second. I got to figure this one out. We got to figure out what we can do for you. I want to call up our insurance experts and get their opinion. Hold on. We got more of this coming up.
Take them to small claims court.
The insurance company?
Hell yeah.
Well, she knows what limit she has. That's
No.
the problem.
She probably signed for the rate. She'd probably do the rate.
Of course.
They wouldn't let her take the car without the rate.
It's part of National's fault too. If you don't have the right car, but you're still going to lease to them, then a lot of times they honor that cheaper rate.
SimplyFloorsInc.com. That's INC. Simply Floors Inc. Here's the deal. If you're looking for floor coverings, remember SimplyFloorsInc.com. They have 3 showrooms. They have a great website that I mentioned, SimplyFloorsInc.com, and they can accommodate you at any showroom, or they can send someone to your home, or a combination. They have any floor covering you want, everything from hardwoods of all kinds to luxury vinyl planking and carpeting, laminates, veneers, waterproof stuff, whatever you need, they have. And they have great people to install. So you have the complete package with SimplyFloorsInc.com. I have said enough about saving on energy that you should listen, because a lot of this is from firsthand experience. And one of them is the QC fan. Well, your air conditioner in this heat we're going to be having, and all the heat, of course, we have in general in the summer, your air conditioner fights and fights and fights to keep up. And I'm telling you, it's damn near another mortgage payment to pay that electricity. And the thing I love about Quiet Cool Whole House Fan is that it cuts that AC down. It cuts down the use. My air conditioner runs maybe 20 or 30% of what it used to run. Think about that. That's because the Whole House Fan evens out the temperatures in your home and gets rid of the extreme heat out the top through the attic and roof. So you want them, and it's all remote controlled, no wiring in the walls, and they can do it in 1 or 2 hours, or maybe 2 or 3, and it's wonderful. You'll save money, and that's QCcolorado.com. I think you should call them with this heat. You will thank me. 303-800-3419. Hey, one other thing I talk about when it comes to saving money is a solar system. Now, full disclosure, I have not done a solar system on my current house because I'm not going to keep it that long. But solar systems for your home will definitely be worth it. You freeze your electric costs, and the right system can generate enough to pay for all your energy needs. The secret is finding the right company, and that's redrocksrs.com. They are transparent with pricing, with energy savings. They're honest. They do it all, from sales, from installation, and service. That's redrocksrs.com.
How many people you got working for you, Mark?
Staff, as far as hourly, we're about 15.
Yeah.
We have lots of subs.
For the siding?
Yeah, we got some of my hourly guys can do siding. So, but yeah, the siding, roofs a sub. Electrical, all the mechanical, electrical, that's all sub.
It's hard to get good help, isn't it?
I've had people who've been with me for 20 years. I had subs that have been with me for 20 years.
You must really take care of them.
So, people say that I'm lucky.
Yeah, it is good.
Same people working for me for a long time. You retired now?
Retired a year ago. I was in the HVAC business, contractor. Then I went into HVAC supply.
Okay.
But I went into the supply end because the service end, it was just impossible to get good help. And then when equipment changes, you got to go to school. These old timers, they just didn't want to. This is the way we used to do it, And now for furnaces, you almost need a computer to check.
Is Compass not answering?
McCoy.
I hated it.
He can't hear me. Please tell him I'm working on it. Can you hear me?
Where?
Can you hear me?
They're right next. My office is 2 doors down. From
Can't hear me.
Oh, is that Lewis? Aren't they in Louisville?
I think that's where their warehouse is or whatever. But then they have sales office by mine, and then they have a service division now, which is across the street. My Victoria who does all my books and manages the office. Her daughter runs the service side of McCoy.
I used to have a place out in Ken Carl. McCoy Sales.
And the owner now, I mean, I don't know who the owner was before, really, but the owner currently lives in Salt Lake City.
Oh, he does. Tom G.
I don't know that person.
They sell pumps, heating pumps.
Hey, are you available right now to be? I don't know if you got my text or not. Oh, you did. Great.
So they got 3 offices?
Perfect. All right.
So they had sales, which is right down from me.
Where are you at?
All right. We have a woman who has a stolen car, and it was in impound for some reason for almost a month, and she's having an issue with insurance, and that's all I know. All right.
Trajan Wealth, K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-8255. I want to bring up Brian Burns from Compass Insurance Group and also Brittany, who's insured by E Insurance. Hey, Brian, what do you know about E Insurance?
I think it's just Esurance, right?
Oh, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Esurance. That's right.
They're
Okay.
direct. You know, you just go directly online and get quotes yourself and issue that kind of thing.
Now, so she's insured by them, and she has a certain amount of rental car coverage. And that rental car coverage, here's the deal. She thinks it should be extended because they paid too much and exhausted her $3,000. So have you heard of rental car insurance that has a dollar limit, Brian?
Yep, I do. Well, and it always has a dollar limit. It's usually a per day limit, but I have seen it where it's just a blanket amount for, until it runs out.
Now, what she said was her she has a car that if they replaced it properly would have only cost a certain amount, but they didn't have that car, so they gave her an upgraded car which exhausted her funds sooner. Does that make sense? Do you think that's a legit objection to get some extension of rental car coverage?
I don't think so. I mean, it wasn't there. I mean, in other words, there wasn't another option available is what they were probably going to say, right? They just gave her the next best option that they had available.
What she said was that Enterprise promised to charge the lower rate because they didn't have that car in stock. But Brittany, did they actually say that to you? Did Enterprise say we're going to charge you less?
Yeah, when we spoke to them, we let them know because all our insurance is car match guarantee, and we let them know like this is a 2024 Jeep Wrangler. So, and because they wanted us to wait a week, but we're understanding. So they said that they would work it out with the insurance.
So you got an upgraded car and ran out of coverage sooner. We get that.
Yeah.
But had they charged you the proper amount, how much longer would you have that rental?
Probably at least another 2.5 weeks.
And is that going to be enough time even to make you whole? I don't think so.
I don't know.
Nowadays, having a stolen car, and it was recovered, Brian, it sat in impound for 30 days. Who knows what has to be done to it to fix it. But nowadays, a stolen car, even after they recover it, you're looking at 2 or 3 months after that.
Yeah, so it's a long period of time. I'll tell you this. The only time I've had luck getting an insurance company to extend, like in this case, it sounds more like an enterprise problem than it was the insurance company. If they're being charged, I don't know.
Right,
if
the
they
insurance
had the
company
deal.
isn't refusing to pay. You're right, it isn't. But she has no documentation that they didn't have the other car. I mean, it looks to the insurance company like this woman took advantage of them.
Well, but even if what I'm saying is really that has nothing to do with the insurance company. They're just saying it's a dollar amount is what she said, right?
Right, that's right.
Yeah. So the dollar amount is the dollar amount. They don't really care what kind of car you get. Yeah, and then if Enterprise said they were going to do it for less money, her issue is with Enterprise.
So
not
when
her
you brought
insurance
that up
company.
to Enterprise, and you're right about that, Brian, when you brought that up to Enterprise, Brittany, what did they say about that?
That they would work it out with the insurance. But my other problem is I was told that they were going to go to the impound lot 5 days after the car was recovered. That's what I'm saying. There's more to this than just the issue with the rental car. They let it sit in impound for so long because but I was told that they were going to be working on it. It was like that's where also
Brian, we've heard this argument a lot from people. Does the insurance company have a duty to get things done quickly?
Well, I mean, it's kind of a gray area in the policy. It just says, it doesn't have a specific time in which they have to do things. But
I know.
Where I was starting to say the last time was that the only time I've been successful in getting an insurance company to extend rental coverage is if I was able to argue that it was purely their negligence that extended the loss. And that's kind of what she's saying here is, hey, if you guys would have gone over there, I wouldn't have run out. Why are you taking so long? So, but the problem is she doesn't have an agent. She's got to deal directly with insurance, with the claim adjuster.
So she has no one to fight her case. That's the problem.
Right.
And Esurance couldn't care less if she decides to cancel. There's not one person she can talk to there.
Nobody calls me. The insurance adjuster, the supervisors. I asked for the supervisor's boss. Nobody's called me. I have minimal communication. So,
yeah.
How much were you paying for this insurance? I'm curious.
Our premium is $590 a month. We have two cars, a 2020 Kia and a 2013 Hyundai that has full coverage. And they're fully covered, gap and all.
Do you have young drivers?
No.
Yeah, that seems pretty high.
That seems way high.
I mean, I have no idea unless you have tickets or accidents. I mean, I don't know what all the backstory
I've
is.
never had one.
Do you understand?
Okay.
You're paying a lot of money, sister. You're paying a lot of money.
And
that's why I'm mad.
Esurance is one of those companies that I see people go to when they're wanting minimum liability and just terrible. I mean, it's not usually good coverage. That's how I will say it. And I'm not saying that's because of Esurance, but it's because of the coverage that people pick when they do it. But yeah, the problem you're having is exactly the issue, is that when there is a problem, you have nobody to go to. And that's, and I wish I could help you, but they're not going to listen to me. I don't have any kind of authority with them at all.
And you don't have another party to go after, Brittany.
No.
So you're stuck. I mean, we're trying to find a solution, but I think you're going to have to ask Enterprise. If you said to them, you ended up charging our insurance company more than the rate we needed, what do they say?
I haven't called them. I literally just found this out today. This is the
I
day.
would call them. I would call them and say, your agent. Do you think the agent will flat out deny it? Your agent said you didn't have a similar car to ours available, and we were forced to upgrade, but they said they would honor the lower rate. Just tell them flat out and see what they say.
Okay.
And do you know for a fact that they did charge you more? I mean, are you able to see what the per day? Do you have any idea what they were supposed
she
to
knows
charge
that,
you versus what they did?
Because we wanted to just pay for it. At this point, my husband needs a car. He has to work. We've lost so much money, and he was just working for dealing with this mess. And they're charging $110 a day.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm like, absolutely not. So.
Yeah. Did you get the insurance on this car? Is that what part of the cost is? Are they charging you for insurance on it?
No, they told us that we didn't need it because we have insurance.
Okay. Well, the $110 a day is just a lot for just the actual rental car, it seems to me.
Well, it's a Jeep.
A 2024 hybrid.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got way more car. I think you got talked into it from this. I think that Enterprise person was not straight with you. I would call and complain to the manager of that location. Call us back.
Okay.
Tell him, look, even if we want to rent a car, we need your very best rate because you guys screwed us on this. See what they say to you, and then call us back. I'll mark this. I mean, you need to do something. Now, to speed up the claim, good luck. There's not much you can do about it. And you may be without a car, Brittany, I hate to tell you this, for 90 days. Easily. 90 days. And everyone listening needs to know this. So, Brian, what do you recommend? I need to know that. What do you recommend for adequate rental car coverage?
Well, I would say exactly what I was trying to get at there. If she was paying for their insurance, I would tell her, don't do it. I would just use your own insurance.
Right, I know that. But what about coverage? Rental car coverage in my policy. Like, for example.
I gotcha. Yeah.
How many, what coverage do I have?
Well, yours is different. It's a set amount as well. I think it's $5,000, which is very abnormal. That's a high amount for rental car. Most companies, though, I see people all the time coming from State Farm and or one of these captive carriers that have, $20 a day, 30 days max, or even 15 days max. And if you have an accident, you're going to run out really, really quick. You won't have enough to do anything. So I would encourage going up to at least, if you can get a set amount like she had, that's great. Or if it's a per day, I wouldn't go less than 50 a day.
Yeah, and this is the problem. People are right now underinsured when it comes to that, and that's a good segue into the insurance checkup. If you call them, they'll look at your coverage and compare it to what you should have or what you could have in dollars and cents free of charge at 303-996-9000. Spyware attacks on. The art of granite is the art of doing countertops and saving you money, so much so that you can call right now and get a price on the phone. And if you can find what you want in their remnant yard, they would be happy to give that to you free of charge for your project. That's right. You just pay for the fabrication and installation, which includes the templating and all that. Now, the Art of Granite also has wholesale on materials if you don't find it in the granite, in the remnant yard. So either way, you're going to get a great deal. Tear out and haul away is always free of the old stuff. 303-386-5919. Quotes on the phone. They're proud of their deals. 303-386-5919.
Hello, thanks for calling the Troubleshooter Show. I don't believe we have a Chuck. Okay, I think we're talking about water pros. We advertise for a few. I do. 303 862 5554. Okay. Okay. No problem. Thank you. Okay. Bye.
I wonder if I can get home for that Zoom call at 2:30. Probably. Yeah.
I'm bowing out at 1:30 today too.
Oh, are you? Oh.
Good. So, there's 500,000 people with no power.
In Houston?
Yeah.
I know, I was there last week. Luckily, my in-laws had a generator, but the generator was right next to my bedroom, so I couldn't sleep for 2 days.
Hey, Doc, does your son still have his dog?
Oh, he has two of them.
Oh, two?
He's got a husky and a ridgeback.
Why did he have two from the beginning?
No, he when there's about a year gap between the two.
Huskies are noisy bastards. They love talking.
They will, yeah.
They talk. They literally fucking try to talk. They're weird. Have you ever? Does yours?
They shed like crazy.
Doc, does yours try to talk?
Oh, he talks to me all the time.
Like, right, like that, right? Not just barking.
Yeah.
But like, yeah.
And then
they're
this
kind of cute.
That's the ridgeback looks like. It's a big dog. It weighs
Yeah,
about-
ridgebacks are cool looking.
Yeah.
And they got that color right down
Yep.
the back. That's a cute dog.
Yep.
Did he specifically go out to get a
Yes.
ridgeback?
He always wanted to.
Isn't that a pretty dog? Look. Yeah, it's a really pretty dog, man. That's a beautiful dog.
But they're big.
Is this your son?
Do you ever babysit the dogs?
All the time. They've gone on like
It's
3
like
or
a
4
big eater.
vacations. They went to Cancun. They went to like 4 different places. San Diego. I said, Eric, you don't have a job. Well, got to take advantage of it.
Does he have unemployment?
He got 13 weeks.
Oh, that's right.
Of severance, which is up.
You think it'll be? Oh, how is his job prospects?
Well, he had 2. He had an interview yesterday and an interview today. So we'll see what happens. One of the interviews I told you was with Charter from his old company. And I said, well, why do they have to interview you? You worked there for 5 years. And he said, well, according to the law, they have to interview him.
So there's a good chance of getting back on with them?
Excuse me?
Good chance of him getting back with them?
Well, I would assume so if they can interview him.
Right. Did he get laid off or what?
Yeah, the whole department got laid.
But then there's another part of the company that's hiring. Why didn't they make internal shifts?
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So we have a text here. Wanda, you said you can treat the mold and kill it. By the way, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. They do mold detection and mitigation in addition to everything else on the outside of your house. And then when weather permits or when it's they do shift to indoor stuff as well. But okay, so what do you how do you treat it? Are there special things you can treat it with?
There's different chemicals that are designed for this. You know, the one that's like an inside of an attic space, we spray this on there, and we come back the next day, it's gone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Listen, this is commercial grade stuff, right?
Yep.
Now, what I want to know is, when do you have to actually replace the wood stuff, like cut it out and replace it?
If it's rotten.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if it's rotten, but then.
But mold in and of itself can be killed and treated. So does mold get inside the wood? I mean,
I guess, mold lives on the surface because that's what
Okay.
it does. Could it work its way in? Probably. And so that's why
So
we seal
you
it. When we're done, that's we seal it.
Okay, and you say so when you get to but you can tell it simply is if the wood's rotten or not. Well, you see, there's a lot of unscrupulous contractors, Mark, who we've handled these cases in the past where they tell people, "Oh no, once mold touches it, we got to cut out those studs and cut out that drywall and cut out this." Well, not drywall maybe, but when they start talking about cutting out studs and crap like that, come on.
No, you have to treat it and then encapsulate it after that. And we're all breathing mold right now. You and I are breathing as we're going. And just this had an opportunity to sit on some type of organic compound, which allows it to give a food source, moisture and heat. Again, the easiest one to eliminate is moisture. So we got to keep water away, and that stops mold's growth.
And that's usually what starts it too, right?
Right. And Karis, when you're doing this work, you have to set up barriers and everything, and you have to have a negative air pressure in the area that you're doing the work, so you're not contaminating other parts of the house. You got to get it out, and then you're bagging it all up. Like all the insulation in an attic needs to come out. We bag it all up, and it gets sent off to the dump, double bagged,
and then redo it.
Yep.
And so now, can mold spread mold? In other words, without a source of food or not? Or does it just die?
So let's say you have mold at home. You found a spot in your house. It's one little spot, and you say, well, I'm just going to take care of it because I don't think it's anywhere else in my house. You can take care of it. You never want to spray it. By using a spray bottle, the mist that's going out you're trying to kill it with, let's say you use Lysol. All of a sudden, you're spreading spores by doing that.
Okay, and what are those? That's what I'm asking.
And so those spores are going to spread out.
Well, if those spores spread out and get on something, don't they still need a food source?
They need a food source, but everything's a food source. I mean,
so if those spores went out and got on furniture, it's not going to do anything, right?
Well, no. I mean, it's some type of source. If there's wood in that furniture, there's cotton that it's made in the fabric.
But does it need continual moisture?
It needs continual moisture. Right.
So if it doesn't get the moisture, it'll eventually just die off, right?
Yeah, or just be dormant. Yes.
And okay, all right. And do you do air testing?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So when you do air testing, do you ever find that there's mold in a house, in an attic or somewhere, but it didn't get into the air?
Oh, all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, because if that area is contained or closed, then it's not necessarily going to go into other parts of the house.
I'm not going to mention this guy's name, but if he wants to, we can call in. But he's a home inspector that said that mold. Now, here's what he said: not the spores in the air, but the actual mold itself, the presence of mold affects your health. And I said, that is not possible. He said, well, when I walk into a home, there could be mold in the attic or there could be mold in the basement. And I'll get sick right away. And it doesn't matter if it's in the air or not. Well, that's ridiculous because the only thing that can spread mold, it's in the air or you touch it, right?
Right. Yeah. And so, we always, our control space that we check to see if you have high levels of mold is outside your home. You can be 15, 25 feet away from your home and we do an air sample there.
Why?
Because that's the control. That's what our environment is. And you want to make sure you have less mold inside the home than you do from your control.
Because no matter what you do, if you were in an area with a lot of mold, nothing you do in the house is going to help.
Right.
Have you found that ever?
Sometimes, yes. So, I mean,
like if you live near bodies of water, can that contribute?
It could, but again, is it's still a dry, okay, Arizona is even drier than here. You live near a lake, well, it's probably, you're still not going to have as mold issues. Again, Colorado in general is dry also. So it's nothing like you down south that have a lot more mold problems there that you maybe you can't even control it because it's so bad.
All right, we got more coming up. Our number is 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Of course, you can call or text with any problem, question, or complaint. But if you do have mold, I'm just curious about it, how you got rid of it, if it ever came to haunt you health-wise and all of that. Shouldn't, but it's going to. That's what I'm saying. That man has incredible pressure on him every time he speaks now. Every time.
The world is watching.
But can you imagine what
and I don't know how you go through 4 years of that scrutiny.
Do you know what Kamala's going to be like at a press conference.
What's that? What's she gonna be like? Doc?
She's a master of word salad. You ever listen to her?
You really do think she's stupid?
She is.
She was an attorney. She's an attorney and a prosecutor, and
she fucked her way to the top, Tom.
They call her heels up Paris.
She did.
That's how she got to the top. Her legs were up the whole time. So.
Good afternoon.
Have you listened to one of her press conferences?
Oh yeah.
She doesn't make sense. She giggles and laughs and says the same thing over and over again.
We're all one people. Yeah, she just.
Oh.
But if he bows out, Doc, I think she's next in line. If he may announce tonight.
No, he won't announce.
Discount Bath. 2 words you don't normally hear. DiscountBath.com. You know what you can do? You can call them and get a price, get an idea on the phone. They'll talk to you. They'll go over design ideas. In fact, you can do things with their app that'll show you what it'll look like. And you can do bathrooms of all levels. And you can choose to do a whole bath, a half bath, whatever you want to redo. Tear out and haul away is always complimentary. And they give you prices up front for everything. So why don't you give Discount Bath a call and take advantage of discounts when it comes to baths, even if they're luxury baths for your master bedroom suite. 720-979-2322. DiscountBath.com, 720-979-2322. Earlier in the show, you heard O'Brien Legal Services on OLSlaw.com. He is an attorney at law that does real estate transactions. He was helping this landlord get a handle on when she can raise rent legally. And he can answer your real estate questions and handle your real estate cases and review documents for closings. That's Brad O'Brien, O'Brien Legal Services, OLSlaw.com, 720-370-7388.
Yesterday, I was at a second mold job. Stanley Steamer was hired to do the dry out, and then they didn't do anything else, but they did plastic a wall. And I cut that plastic open just to look because I couldn't quite see everything. Dude, it stinks so bad.
From mold?
Yeah. I hadn't smelled it that concentrated before because it's been sitting behind plastic. Ooh.
What does it smell like, Mark?
Like nasty socks.
Nasty socks, huh?
So, but yeah, I taped that up as quick as I could. You know, some people are different. You know, some people are very sensitive to it too.
Yeah, just like this home inspector. They smell it when you walk in. Yeah.
Our house is built in 1986, and the paint was starting to look a little worn. I decided I need to get Rhino Shield a call.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado.
Mark, do you do like small jobs? Like I got a rental house over at Federal in Alameda.
Small for what?
It's a 2-bedroom house, and my insurance company, in fact, I got Jeremy is going to give me a quote. The insurance company says I need to replace like part of the siding.
Oh.
I mean, I never heard that. I've been with them for 20 years.
You have to replace it to keep your insurance?
Yes, they're going to fucking.
What?
They're going to cancel me.
So, I mean.
And it's rough. I mean, I'm charging these people next to nothing rent because they just don't have good job. But if I just start spending a lot of money on it, I think it's. But no, I got Jeremy to come out there. He's going to give when State Farm runs out, he's going to take over the policy. But I thought maybe I should replace it. But I don't want to replace the siding on the whole house, just the side of it.
Right.
That.
Maybe, maybe not. Yeah. So
you mostly do whole houses.
Right. You know, and again, it's not just me coming. I got a salesperson that goes out and I'll say for them to make some money and
commission. Yeah.
Right.
I get it.
Everybody's got to make money. You know.
I know how it is. You're a contractor.
Right. And maybe a handyman you can find to do that or something. So.
Just let it go, too. But.
Look up Noah's Ark. It's on.
What kind of siding is it?
He did a great job for me.
Really? It's kind of like a wooden siding.
It's probably a fiberboard.
Yeah,
Probably fiberboard.
I don't really know.
And
It's not metal, I know.
you have to match it. Is it painted?
It's painted yellow.
I would put it on LP Smart Side. It's inexpensive. You buy it from Home Depot.
What's it called?
LP Smart Side. Just get the 8-inch lap siding.
LP Smart Side.
You're like $20 a board.
8-inch.
It's 8-inch. 16 feet long.
What do you do with 16 feet boards if you have a normal pickup or something?
You gotta have it, like we have a ladder rack that goes over the hood of the truck.
And make sure you hang a red.
Afternoons 4 to 6.
Thursday for how great it is to live through history together. With Biden just about done, is the race about to get a lot tougher or easier for Trump? Join me at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Hey, 713-8255. Lori, what's going on with you? Hello, Lori.
Hello, Tom. How are you?
Good. What's going on?
So I am calling because I have put my son in a hotel the last couple weeks, and there's a lot of immigrants that live there. A lot of families, children.
Yeah.
These people have not had hot water.
Now, why? By the way, may I ask why your son is at the hotel?
He is in the middle of divorce right now, and he moved, and he just had somewhere stable to stay.
Okay.
When we paid the money, we were never told that there was no hot water. They said it'll be fixed. That it would be fixed the next day.
How long was it? How long has he been there?
Every day. He's been there a week.
And there are a lot of people there. Do you think it's broken, or the owner or the manager's playing games?
I'm not really sure which. We were told that that the city came out to fix it and locked the doors and won't let them turn the gas on for some reason. Now, this is what we were told from the people at the front desk.
Okay, they were told, so they turned off. They would turn off the gas with an unsafe situation.
Correct.
But the city, when you said the city came out to fix it, what do you mean? You mean a plumber came out to fix it, or what?
In all honesty, Tom, I don't know the exact situation. I just know that these.
Okay, let's have somebody call over there. It's unacceptable. I'm going to have Bo call over.
I just want to ask a question. Why don't you just move him to another hotel?
Because I've already paid, and
you can get your money back.
Would they give you a refund if you wanted one?
I doubt it very seriously.
How much did you pay up front?
So the first week was $400, and then I put him in for another week, which was $360.
What a good mom, man.
It's a slam dunk in small claims court.
You think so?
Yeah.
Without hot water?
No hot water. It's a slam dunk. Just take them to court.
Yeah, but she can't wait. They need hot water is what she's saying. Hold on a second. And what we will do is we will call over there and find out who the hell's in charge. How big is this place, and where is it?
It's huge. It's on Wadsworth and Colfax, West Colfax. It's called the
Wadsworth.
Denver West Inn.
Okay. Now, that's Denver. Okay, West Colfax. Yeah, I think I know where that is. We're going to call over. Hold on. Do you have a number for the office?
I don't.
What's the name of it?
I could get it.
Denver
It's
West?
the Denver West Inn.
Okay, hold on. We'll try to find it. And then leave your number with Kachina so we can call you back. I'm Tom Martino. More coming up.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck.
Right.
Hi, Lori. Okay, what is the best number to reach you at?
I'm gonna get.
I know where this one is.
You need anything, Bo?
It's right next to the Home Depot.
Yeah. Want another water?
Yeah, can you bring me another water, Don?
Mark, you want anything?
I'm good, thank
you. Do you need a refill on anything?
I'll take a Coke. I haven't had a Coke in years. No, I mean, I never have them anymore. Not in years, but.
That'll perk you up from those martinis.
I have a hangover right now. I literally.
Coke would be good.
Hang on, let me see if we're assigning this. Hold on.
I don't think I'd put my, no.
Especially vodka and wine.
See, I'm a trash can drinker. It's like, oh, I had a beer now. Oh, I want a bourbon and Coke now. Oh, now
Oh, you can do that?
I switch it.
Are we assigning this?
Is that the Denver West End Hotel?
Yes,
Okay.
but Lori's number is
303.
945.
See if she can get a full refund if she wants to go somewhere else.
What's that,
They
what?
say,
30.
Sure, you want me to go call now, Tom?
yeah, why don't we see if we can get somebody? And what I'd say is, look, if you're, we understand if your gas is turned off or something, but what's your plan?
Right,
And then
okay.
if this person paid in advance, can't she get her money back if she wants to
Yeah,
leave?
I think a refund would be in order.
At least
Yeah.
from the unused days, right?
Yep.
What an interesting election year, Mark.
Yep. It's gonna be crazy.
It's better than boring.
Okay, Lori, we're going to go ahead and escalate this to one of our deputies. His name is Bo. He's going to go ahead and try to call over there and see what we can do. I just gave him all your information. So he'll call you if there's a possibility that we can figure
I think
out
his
how to get some recourse out of this, okay?
You don't think so?
Nope.
I think
No
he'll
problem.
voluntarily.
Thank you.
Pamela will have to sign off on it.
You too. Bye-bye.
Yeah, but she's not part of the cabinet.
No, but it required to even
Yeah.
get it before then, before Congress, it has to be what? For the 25th. Doesn't it have to be?
Well, it's just the cabinet. I think the cabinet can boot him out, not the vice president. Okay.
All right, here's 45 seconds of Kamala's quotes.
I think should.
You can't.
She's just running
do
a
that.
piece of
That's
crap.
not God. Okay, that's gonna get thrown out. That's litigious and stupid. What is he gonna cite the McDonald's
Yeah.
thing where they didn't put hot?
Okay.
Right.
Well, I stand corrected. And you're right, Tom. It's not going to happen.
Right.
I didn't know the vice president.
So, the vice president first, and
Then the cabinet.
Section 4 says the majority of the cabinet.
But can you?
Or
didn't
a
know-
specific body designated by Congress.
I think-
But right now, it's the cabinet.
Right.
So she has to invoke it.
She has to start it.
Yes.
She has to initiate
Yeah,
it.
but they can come to her and say, hey, can you do this for us? She'll
Right.
do- and if she does it, then they have to vote to invoke it. So she would most likely, they talk first and not even bother. They didn't think they could get.
If she does it this close election, she would never get elected because every Republican would say she did this so
Hi,
that
is
she
this
could
Drew?
become president, and didn't.
Drew,
and
this
it
is
was a
Kelly.
lie.
I'm
no
calling from
idea,
the
'cause
Tom
she won't
Martino
know. That's too
Troubleshooter
close.
Show, and I just got your
The vice
email
president.
regarding an
I
issue
thought
you're
they
having
had
with
to be
Dunright.
separate 'cause she would never do it.
Yeah, it's going
I
well.
didn't know that.
So, are you familiar with our show?
So they better really be competent. And
She's
actually, they have a
incompetent.
duty to-
Yeah, I do remember.
They're pissed right now that
Did he ever? Oh, you did?
that he should have been in the primary, that they should have known better.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad that
But power is
I
a
gave you
difficult
my
thing to give up, you
producers
know?
because he's
drug,
like living
it is like a
alone and he
drug.
needs
like your
companionship. Like you don't understand.
How come we're gonna go do this?
Um,
that's-
anyway, okay.
I deal
All
with a
right.
lot of property
Let me put you on hold, and Tom will be with you as soon as possible. Okay. All right. Hold on.
You and Arnold, I'll be back. You know, there were certain lines that, people, let's say in the last 20 years, people have just.
Are you not like
They know where they're
dying right
from.
now
Like,
from
you
being
know,
up so early?
help me, help you.
I know,
and
but
Jerry Maguire,
it's like,
and I'll be back from Terminator.
Oh yeah.
And
I mean,
you can't handle the truth. Certainly, they're just classics.
Right. Yeah, if you hear them, you know it exactly. You know.
It used to be the line from Casablanca. You know, of all the gin joints and all the places, you have to show up. But that's for people my age, not for people
Right.
who are under 40. You know, under 40.
I don't even know if I've ever seen Casablanca. So.
Flights from June 11th. Details at TurkishAirlines.com.
I think with all this, he's going to have to bow out.
But it's you know who has the most to lose is Hunter. Hunter's under protection now.
That's what I'm saying. That I think a big thing. I said that to Tom and to Mark, is that he's afraid what the Trump DOJ is going to do to his cartel, meaning him and his family.
Oh.
Yep. Well, I mean, again,
And I think
to me, I don't think it's worth going after Biden because he's so damn old and senile now. Anyways, I think as soon as he bows out,
is he into any like shows?
No, I agree. I agree. Even the DOJ said that. There was something.
Right,
remember?
yeah, I say he's old.
Did you
senile
watch
man
like
is not
Bob
his
the
pursuit.
Builder?
Exactly.
But now Hunter, on the other hand, I think they should go after him.
You know, the crimes when my brother and people say, well, you know, do you want a felon? The reason he's a felon, the only reason, first of all,
Did you get him a Mickey Mouse when you were at
civil,
Disneyland?
the bullshit that
Okay.
the state of New York went
Oh, yeah, my
after
wife
for
was all over that.
reporting financial statements. Everyone
He must have a Mickey from Disney.
I thought it was the hush money,
when
not.
you get a loan and they ask for an estimate,
You go by Main
They
Street
literally
and you
ask-
just
they don't
you
ask you
can't
for certified
get away from it.
No.
Right.
They go back now and say you false reported, and these banks lost money, and the bank said no, we didn't.
And
The
there's
banks
that
didn't
one
want to. No one brought
popcorn
a
and
complaint about that.
candy store.
And they invoked this
There.
civil thing.
I agree.
And called it
Best
criminal.
kettle corn.
Now, they weren't felonies though. But then
I think it's an ice cream.
$1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind anywhere where we solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, and we love doing it. We love helping people. This hour brought to you by One Clear Choice Garage Doors. Listen, when it comes to garage doors, One Clear Choice Doors.com has everything on their website, the only company that does that. They're one of the few companies that are truly factory authorized to work on some of these doors. And of course, they install openers as well. I love the company. They have service 24/7. OneClearChoiceDoors.com, 720-370-3987. Now, Drew, I'm going to tell you something right now. This is the first time. Now, I've been doing this show for 45 years. 45 years in Denver. No, longer maybe. No, about 45 in Denver. Right. Now, I'm going to tell you something. And we have never had a complaint. Now, I'm not associated with this company. I don't endorse them. I don't think they're bad, but we've never had a complaint about them. I just wanted to say that. Never. And I'm shocked.
I've used them, Tom.
Yeah. Now, again, I'm not singing their praises, saying, it can't be possible. I'm not saying, and they're not on my referral list. I think they chose to market a different way because the referral list is part marketing, of course. But I just wanted to say that because I was shocked when I saw who you were complaining about. So what's going on, Drew?
I know, man. It's I thought the same thing, and I could be overreacting, so I'm not sure. So let me get your take on it. So I did a kitchen remodel with them.
And why don't you say, since everyone's probably wondering, it's done right?
Correct, done right. Yep.
Now, by the way, they normally. Okay, keep going.
No.
Keep going.
Well, I did like a $20,000 kitchen remodel with them, and when the salesman came out, he basically said, you don't have to pay until you're 100% satisfied. Basically said, we've been in business for so long. We're family run, all that kind of stuff. And ever since basically I did the initial down payment, it hasn't really gone that well. They've kind of been nickel and diming me for every little thing. We're pretty much at the end of it now.
Well, hold on. You mean you have a contract, right? That's spelled out.
Correct. Let me give you just a couple of things. So I have all new appliances but a microwave, so I wanted to add a new microwave. Well, the sales guy who was out here said we don't sell just microwaves, but if you buy one, we'll go ahead and install it for you when we do the whole, renovation. So I said, great. So I bought one, and I want them to install it, but now they're saying it's not on the contract, so I have to pay extra for that, even though the sales guy told me that he would do it.
What do you think, Mark? I mean, in general.
Well, again,
it's not on the
hold on. I want to hear.
contract.
Mark Szymanski's a great guy, and he's been in the business, and he won't. He's not going to slam anybody. He's not going to praise anybody. He'll give his honest opinion. What do you think, Mark?
And just the way you worded and said it is like, they said, well, yeah, we'll install it for you. But I don't think he was implying he's going to do it for free either. And again, I don't know, is it just you're going to put the bracket up and you have to hang it? It's about an hour job, hour and a half job, but they should be compensated for that.
How much did they want for it? Did they say?
For 150, but I'm pretty sure the sales
That's
guy
nothing,
told me
man.
that they
Okay,
would
go
include
ahead.
it in.
All right, no, but go ahead. But I want you to know something. I'm not really sticking up for them. I'm just trying to give you perspective. Go ahead.
No, and that's what I
Sure,
want.
sure.
I'm not. That's yeah. And then just a couple other things. They all were small, but just like after they came out, or actually after they gave me the initial bid, they came out and did some measurements, and they found out that they had to move another cabinet over a few inches, and they charged me for that. And again, it's not a lot of money. Again, it was just like another $150.
And why wasn't that on the original contract? Did they say?
No, he just didn't notice it. The sales guy that did the original contract.
Okay.
So I mean, that's about it. But I'm just kind of wondering.
Were those the only two things?
There's one section. I also, outside of the kitchen, I had a little desk area also done where I had the cabinets refinished and a new piece of countertop put down. And the countertop doesn't look very good where they put it down there. There's some spacing in between the walls and the countertop. And
Okay, now hold on. When it comes to the first two complaints you had, I think they're what's called nothing burgers. You were charged $150 to install the microwave, and then they had to move a cabinet they didn't see on the original, or they didn't notice, and they charge you $25.
$150.
Okay, another $150.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. All right, so they were change orders, and you say, well, I do know what you mean about the moving of the cabinet, not the microwave, but the moving of the cabinet, and that is, I'd feel like, wait a minute, come on, man, you guys. I didn't hold you back from seeing that. I mean, if they took measurement, I would have eaten that if I was in the biz. I'm with you on that. So, okay, so now you go to this countertop, and that seems like the first legit thing. And I say with legit, they're all legit to you. But, I mean, that's one would bother me. Now, if they did a countertop and didn't space it properly, what were you saying?
Yeah, didn't measure it right, didn't do the template correctly.
Possibly. I mean, you shouldn't have any gapping. And what are they doing about it?
Nothing, but I think what the issue is,
now wait a minute. Have you actually looked and asked them directly to do something about that?
No, because I'm actually not quite sure what to ask them.
Well, then that's why they're not doing anything. I mean, so Drew, have you had home improvements done before?
Yes. Yeah.
Have you had issues in the past?
No, this is the first time I've actually had anything come up.
Okay, now when you say that you don't like the way the counter looks, and that's on the outside of the kitchen?
Correct.
And what is it? What is it outside of the kitchen?
Well, it's just a little desk area, and that's what I wanted to kind of explain. So before, there was maybe a 3-inch, I don't know if it's called backsplash, but little 3-inch thing going around it. And they took that out because the sales guy told me it's a desk area. It would look cleaner if you just have the solid desk surface and nothing else there. So they ripped out that 3 inches there and then just slid in a new countertop. So now all around that 3 inches, it looks terrible.
Wait a minute.
Well,
Wait
you
a
got
minute.
to fix the drywall.
Wait a minute. They ripped out the backsplash and put in a desktop, right?
Correct.
What was where the desktop was? What was there before the desktop?
Just old countertops. So
Okay, got it.
And
So they just put a granite countertop in between those 2 walls there, right? It was
Correct. Correct.
They created a cubby with leg space so you could sit there like a desk, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And before that, you couldn't because it was a cabinet.
No, before it was the same thing. They didn't change anything physically. The only difference is they just took out like that little 3-inch barrier that had the backsplash going around. It's basically a wall on 3 sides.
Oh, it's a wall on 3 sides. They took the backsplash out and put a granite top in there, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's all they did.
Well, and they left a gap.
Well, again,
I mean, it's not huge. I can send you a picture, but yeah.
But I don't care. They left a gap between the back of your desk and the wall.
And did they fix the drywall there too?
Did they fix the drywall?
No. So that's what my
wait a minute. Wait. Well, they don't expect to leave it that way, do they?
I mean, they're done. The guy is finishing up now.
No, wait a minute. When you told them you wanted the desk redone, they thought you just wanted them shoving in a granite top and not trimming it?
Correct. That's what they did. That's all
you
they did.
could fix the drywall and have the drywall take care of that gap.
Well, you can, but they're not doing that. How could you ever leave that unless they thought you were going to somehow you said to them, oh, by the way, can you just put a granite piece in here? I mean, I don't know how it was worded. What does it say on the contract?
Well, I think that's how the sales guy sold it because he told me, he goes, this is, a desk area, so normally we don't do backsplash or any kind of
Well, it doesn't matter if you don't do back, but they don't leave it just torn up.
Okay. That was my question. I don't,
Send
I don't
us
know.
a picture of that.
To me.
Did you actually call? Did you call and ask to talk to one of the Shakinis?
No, but there's a project manager, and I told him I didn't talk to him about the countertop, but I told him I wasn't happy about the microwave, and he was just a real jerk and said, we're not in the business of doing things for free, and just was a real jerk, and I just said, okay.
Well, I agree with that, by the way, but I also think
but
they
I paid
missed,
$20,000
whoever
for this,
priced
it's
your
a
job
small
missed the
kitchen.
fact, I think, that they should have eaten it if they missed that they had to move a cabinet.
Right, I agree with you on that. I agree.
Yeah.
I think the
Did they
microwave's
say-
chargeable. The
Yeah.
cabinet's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did they say on that cabinet they had to move? Did he say, oops, we didn't realize we have to move this?
Yeah, and he just did it as a change order and charged me for
Yeah,
it.
but,
And
but
I
if
paid
did
it. I
you
didn't
say
put up
to
a
him,
stink
well, why
about it.
didn't you notice it?
No, because that was the first thing that happened. So I'm just like, all right, it's not a big deal. I'll just go, do it. What's $150?
Now I can see why seemingly small things to you added up, and I think
exactly.
Dan Cicchini would want to know about it. I would call him personally if I were you right now and say, listen, you know what? I don't mind paying for the installation of the microwave. I thought he said he'd install, but that's fine. You guys, but I would never have inferred when he said, but we can install it for you, that it was going to be free anyway. I don't think they did anything wrong with the microwave. I don't even know if I'd bring that up. But what I would say is this. Here's what I would bring up. I'd say, Dan, I hired you guys and you gave me a price. And then he says he missed this, that he has to move this cabinet. And immediately I paid an extra $150. Why? Why didn't he see it? I didn't hide it. I mean, it wasn't hidden from you. It's different when change orders come from when you open up or remove a cabinet and see a rotting floor joist. There's all kinds of things that can happen that are legit change orders. I don't think that was one of them if you're portraying it properly. That they saw that a cabinet needed to be moved and they said, oh, sorry, we missed this. You got to pay for it now, $150
exactly
after
what it
they
was.
gave you a price. And the other thing is the desk area. If the guy says, oh, yeah, we can put a granite piece in there, but if it's going to be a desk, you don't want a backsplash. But then to tear out the backsplash and leave it unfinished is unheard of. I mean, what does the guy say about that?
Well, again, to be fair, I haven't brought up that part to them because I didn't.
You need to send me a picture.
Know if that's
No, you need to
normal
send
or
me a
not.
picture. I find it. I'm actually finding it hard to believe.
But one thing I'll say,
Okay, I'll send a picture.
Is
I'll send a
because the desk is in a different area of the kitchen. They might have just forgot, and they just need to point it out.
Maybe.
Okay.
But here's
I'll send a
okay,
picture.
Mark, that's a good perspective. Listen to this. I'm going to put you on hold. I want Kachina, get him to send me a picture immediately. I want to look at it during the break. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-825.
Clocked at 2
And
o'clock.
we had signed a contract, pay them pay as I go. So after they finished, I paid the last check, and it was like $20,000 I paid. So the guy finished, and I get a call later that afternoon that I owe them $160 out of $20,000.
Why?
$22,000. Because that's just the way it added up.
But you actually did owe.
Yeah. So they said, can we send somebody over to get them? I said, wait a second, I just paid you $21,000 on time.
You're weird that they're that
I said,
hurt.
I will send you a check, or you don't need
Hold
to
on.
send somebody over to get the
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, that name kind of describes
trying
what
to
they
help you
do.
out, man.
They're a center where
Not
you
really sure what
can plan your retirement, and they help you. Whether you're younger or older, they can help you in any stage of life, and they do it in a very simple way. They look at what you have and what you should be doing to have a safe, secure retirement. It's that simple. They give you advice. They help you with investments. They help you with referrals if you need your estate plan and other things done to give you a complete picture of your retirement. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies will meet with you beforehand, explain everything they do and the charges involved, which are far outweighed by what they save you. rpcenter.com. rpcenter.com. 970-663-3211. Joe Lazzara, Lazzara. Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. Now,
Good afternoon.
do you
Thanks for
need
calling
one?
us
I
on
hope
Martino
never. But if you ever get in trouble or have a charge of a DUI, and by the way, I just read a stat that marijuana has caught up with alcohol for driving violations. So no matter what it is you're involved with, if you made a stupid mistake or you need help, Joe Lazzara does flat rate pricing and free initial consultations.
One
That's
Kelly to another Kelly.
Joe Lazzara. Find him at referralist.com or call him 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200.
And what is the year and make of it?
And when you're looking for floor coverings, don't you love people that give you advice along with great service and good pricing?
And
And
what's
that's
the
what
issue you're having?
Simply Floors Inc. does. Buddy and Karen Mitchell and their team love talking to you about your project. You can just go into a showroom, shoot the breeze. Then they'll have people come out to your house if you want. And you can pick the floor coverings. They can help you choose the right stuff for the right mission. They have all kinds of floor coverings from natural, woods to the hardwoods to luxury vinyl planking and carpeting of all kinds. That's Simply Floors Inc. INC.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the
SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Tom Martino Show.
I've actually worked with Dunright before. They've hired
Hello?
me. They had to do something. So next
Tom
thing I
Martino
know,
Show.
I went and cited it for them.
Yeah, like I said, the work they did was great. I had no complaints. But I said,
Hello?
after I paid you
Tom Martino Show.
$21,000,
You need your 150
you
right
need
away.
it today.
Because the sales rep
Goodbye.
needs to collect all his money before he gets his commission.
Maybe.
Hey, Drew, can you email me a picture of what you're talking about? Let me see if I got it. Oh, I just got it. All right. Hold on.
Uncirculated condition with brilliant luster that is 120 years of history you can
So you were playing this mashup of Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Where can I listen to that?
Just go on YouTube when you get a chance, and just not now, but just YouTube a couple of her speeches. You won't believe she also can't complete a sentence. It's word salad. She repeats idiotic phrases over and over again.
I can't believe MSNBC has a bigger audience than CNN.
Really?
Oh, he did? Did you see it? Here, Mark, he sent me a picture.
Come see it.
That's fucked up. Give me a fucking break. These guys are idiots.
Yeah, he's gonna fix the wall, but all that can be covered with wall and caulking. Yeah. And then he's gotta get painted.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I looked at this picture the guy sent me. So I don't want to exaggerate on this because done right, I mean, when I have been in this business for 45 years and never get a complaint, I got to figure out they're doing something all right, right? And again, they're not any, I'm not connected to them in any way, but Drew said it was pretty unpleasant. And he had a couple things he didn't like. I think one of them was not anything to sweat about, but I think he has two legit problems, but he hasn't asked for anything yet. So I think he needs to ask. We shouldn't even be involved at this point. He should ask Dan Cicchini or the family, whoever, one of them, say, look, here's the situation. This desk is clearly an oversight. If you paid to have a desk put in there and a granite slab be put in there like they did, or whatever that is, quartzite or whatever, there's no way they should leave it like that. No way in hell. What it looks like is this. They took the cabinet out that was there, or the desk, I mean, that was there, the whatever, in that cubby. They tore out the backsplash, and then they put in a piece of granite or stone. They did not trim around it. They did not fix the drywall, and they left it like that. Now, come on. That goes without saying that should be fixed, and that should have been included when they quoted it. The other thing is, he said they had to move a cabinet that they didn't see beforehand and charged them $150 for that. In my opinion, you signed a contract, and that wasn't something you hid from them. That was something they could have seen, and they missed it. They should do it. Now, it's different, as I said, if they uncover something and there's a change that has to be made or additional work that has to be done. But if that cabinet was there the whole time and they say, oh, we have to move this cabinet, it's going to be an extra $150, well, screw you. I don't like that idea. But again, he hasn't brought it up yet, and he should. So this is Drew. So, Drew, thanks for the picture. I would be upset, too. Now, I wouldn't be overly upset, and I wouldn't say the entire thing was a bust experience if they did that whole job. But I really want to know what they tell you.
Do you have a way I can get in touch with Dan?
You mean the owner? I mean, if you call over there and ask, shouldn't they let you talk to him?
Yeah, but you know what? I would start with your sales rep. I mean, even though he sounded like he was a jerk about the microwave, I'd give him one more shot, and if you're not happy with his response, then, go up the ladder.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do. All right.
Okay, so then call us back and let us know. I'm marking this down so you can call us back. Mike's got a comment on this. Go ahead, Mike. What is your comment?
Yeah, one legitimate reason I could see for leaving some kind of openings at the back of the desk is to route power cords for,
No, it's not what you think. It's just bad trim. No. I mean, there was no opening at all in the back for that. And by the way you would do that is you would do that desk hole with the cover. You would drill through that. And by the way, that's something they should have brought up to him too. I mean, to me, that was. It almost looks like they forgot to fix it. Who would ever tear out a backsplash, put in a new surface and leave the drywall boogered like that. Come on. And then leave a gap where this, the house might not be completely square. If you do a template correctly, you can eat up most of that, and then you caulk for the rest of it. It's not a major problem, but they can't leave it like that. And if they say to him, well, that's going to be extra, I would have said, screw you. I told you I wanted a desk. Come on. You assume, oh, well, you want a desk. You didn't tell us you want the drywall repaired. I mean, come on. But anyway, no, they didn't leave that for cords. It wasn't intentional. You couldn't get a cord through there if you tried. It's a mistake. It's unfinished. That's what it is. But I'm not ready to throw Done Right under the bus and say they're a terrible company. But this guy, as I said, he didn't like the experience for those little things. And by the way, your sales rep should be telling you this. If you're the owner of Done Right, you should be told these things, any concerns customers have, so you can improve your approach and make fine adjustments along the way. And that's just the way I feel about that. So you have to run, you said, and I don't want you to be late, but in any case, GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. What else? You got any specials or anything that you're doing that you want people to know about?
Mold air testing, we'll do it $199 a sample. Most everybody's around $300. So
how many samples do you need?
You typically, if there's a affected area, 3 is typical, 3 to 4.
If you think you have a mold problem,
you can do as few as 2. You can have
but you'll do it for whatever it takes, and then you have ways to mitigate it. You don't have to tear out everything. Unless you do, but very seldom do you ever have to tear anything out, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And then you do that as a regular part of your remodeling now. Do you look for that?
Yeah. I mean, again, we mentioned that, ventilation is becoming a huge issue. And so it's becoming, we talk even like, you had a hailstorm. Now you go up on your roof, you have some soft plywood up there. Well, why is that? That's because of improper ventilation. So, okay, let's pop in some soffit vents, because it's usually just a soffit vents. You don't have enough intake. You don't have enough outtake is usually not the problem. And those are inexpensive changes that make your house a much better house,
And better investment.
Correct.
Because once that starts deteriorating, it doesn't get better.
Correct.
Anyway, how do you guys do this? Let's say we get 110, 105. Does work stop or not?
No, we keep working. They'll start earlier, or they'll work later.
Okay.
Typically starting earlier. And so, you'll hear the hammers swinging at, 7.
And these guys that have been doing this a while, they're no stranger to adversity.
They're used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some guys tell me, though, they'd rather, absent the snow, they'd rather work in cold than hot.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that are like that, because you can always add layers. You can only take so many pieces of clothing off.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's Mark Szymanski, Genesis Total Exteriors. Hey, Kelly, this problem with the extended warranty on your Toyota. Is it your Toyota car? No, it's your 4Runner. Did you buy that new?
No, it was used. It was a 2018.
And when you bought this to 2018 used, is that when you bought this warranty?
Yes.
And did you buy it from the dealer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to come back and talk about that right after this.
And then there were 2, went from 4 to 3 to 2 people.
Oh, wait, Bo left?
He's trying to call that. So I was going to say before, if you have a month-to-month, you can get them.
You know what? That's a good question, because I wasn't sure on that. Does that get away from the just cause lease?
Yeah.
Let me ask, because I really don't know that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good question to ask him. So if you have someone on a month-to-month, just triple the rent.
Hold on. I'm going to ask after mine.
Yeah. By the way, I heard your son is he practicing with his band?
At my house?
No, downstairs here.
No.
Oh, Because I heard some music coming through.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't him?
That studio down there is done. That's like a professional studio.
Oh, really?
K&H Home Solutions is your answer to the best windows, in my opinion, on the market right now. And they're Alpine windows made right here in Colorado. K&H is the exclusive dealer for them and installer. Now, Alpine windows, as I said, they started out commercial. They moved into the residential market with a great thermally insulated frame and one of the best insulated glass units in the industry. If you want to find out more, go to khwindows.com, a company that is the oldest home improvement company in Colorado. 303-421-7100. Lazy Days RV. Mark and Suzanne are on an extended vacation in an RV. So many people have RVs. I used to have RVs. I love them. If you're looking for an RV, why not go to the RV Authority? This is what we want. We want someone who can take care of your RV around the country. They have locations all over. And we have a great service facility right here at exit 240 and I-25. That's north of Denver. That's lazydays.com. I'm sorry that Deputy, what's her name? Marvel didn't work out because she said she liked doing it, but she didn't want to do it remotely. She thought that there would be more of us here together doing it together. And I know what she means. I mean, she'd come here sometimes to be the only one. And the show has changed a bit that way since COVID.
Mean about being more...
We're not centralized, really.
Right.
I mean, I think we do a really good job with how we do it, but...
I mean, you do a good job from the house. It's the same, it's same as being here. There's no difference.
I mean, the studio I built state-of-the-art, so I did everything.
I know.
I did the same exact equipment. So that's why my house it sounds perfect. It's not temporary.
But as far as the viewing public on YouTube or the listening public.
It looks as good as this studio.
Yeah, but as far as the people who are listening or watching, it makes no difference where you are. Mm-hmm. I mean, it'd be different if I was doing my job from home.
I think a lot of people liked when we were all together here and bantered and shit during the break.
But we do that anyway.
As far as streaming. See what would really be good.
See, I like being at the studio because part of what I enjoy is not only, the regular stuff, but the banter, which I can't do if I'm home.
You're right. Now, there is one thing we're Mark and I need to look at, and I wanted to buy an access unit here where we have a guaranteed 3 or 4 lines we can call in on. I don't mean phone lines, I mean remote, where we could put a little thing at your house and one at Bowl if we want, or wherever. And it would be like we're all sitting, like Mark's sitting in his place, I'm sitting in mine, but you could talk just like this.
Right.
You don't have to, yeah.
But I mean, a lot of times when there are things that I really have something to say.
I see you text and shit. I know it's a pain in the ass. It is. See that look he has? He always.
Who's that? Yeah. He looks old and decrepit. And
weird. He looks vacant is the word.
Yeah, like I said, vacant is more than what he said. It was almost the way he looked. And Parkinson's can do that.
I don't know if he has Parkinson's, but he did have a doctor there a lot.
Well, he did. From what they're saying that the guy was there 8 or 9 times. And was a Parkinson's doctor, but Parkinson's can progress to, dementia.
Can Parkinson's?
It's called PDD.
Out? Can it stall out? Can it not progress?
Yeah. Yeah, but very often it does. It takes years.
So I got to run right after this to get to my Zoom at 2:30. I don't want to do it here. I hate doing them.
Get what?
I got the Zoom.
Get what?
I have a Zoom.
Oh.
Natural hair during Advanced Hair Summer Sales Event. AdvancedHair.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Kelly says having an issue. He bought a 2018 Forerunner and bought an extended warranty. So tell your story. What's going on, man?
Hey, Tom. Just a real brief history on it. I went to Pueblo Toyota to get a pickup, and I picked up a Nissan Titan, and it kept throwing check engine lights. So eventually we took it back there, and that's how I ended up in the Forerunner.
Okay.
And I didn't even want, the Forerunner, but no other dealership would touch the Titan because I took it in there 4 times, and of course that shows up on the service history for them to fix the service engine light. So the only thing I could find worth trading it in there was the Toyota Forerunner, since no other dealership would touch the Titan. And then I found a really good deal on another truck at a different dealership after picking up the 2018 Forerunner a few weeks later and traded it in. And they, so I had barely even used any of the extended warranty at all. Which was about
wait a minute. So you don't have the 2018 Toyota Forerunner anymore?
No, sir. I traded it in. That's why I need they're supposed to refund me the difference on the.
Okay, and yes, they should.
Warranty.
Yes, they should. How long did you own it?
Just a few weeks.
Oh, man. Okay, and Pueblo Toyota, when you bought this extended warranty, was it on the Forerunner or was it on the previous car transferred to the Forerunner? What was it?
It was strictly on the Forerunner.
That makes things very easy. And how much of a warranty is it? Like how long?
Oh gosh, I think it was 5-year, 100,000 mile, whichever came first, I believe.
Okay. And how much did you pay for it?
I believe it was $2,950. I unfortunately work, so I don't have all the paperwork in front of me, but I know it was right at $3,000. I think it was $2,950.
Kelly, did the contract specifically have anything about terminating the lease?
No. You mean the extended warranty?
I mean the warranty.
Normally, the Attorney General in this state took a grim view on people trying to keep money for an unused warranty.
That should be prorated.
Yeah. How much did they say you had coming?
They won't give me an amount. I can't ever get anybody to contact me with any information.
Then did you tell me, I may have asked, how much did you pay for this warranty?
About $3,000.
$3,000? Okay.
Yeah, I think it was right at $3,000.
Okay. Now, they're trying to keep your money. That's pretty obvious. And there's a couple of reasons for this. Maybe you never really bought a warranty and they just took that money from you. That happens once in a while. And you caught them. Or they just want to keep the money. So you have proof you paid. You traded in the car. And what does the contract say about termination?
I don't have the contract. What I have is an e-signed document.
What does
that I submitted to them on. It just shows the termination of the contract and the mileage and the date the vehicle was traded in.
Well, you need to get a copy of the contract that you signed.
Wait a minute. The original contract, when you traded this in, that extended warranty was discontinued, right?
Correct.
How do you know that?
Well, I called them to tell them the vehicle was traded in and I was canceling the warranty. And then they asked for proof.
Okay, got it. Now I got it. Okay.
Which I submitted
so
to
they
them.
did ask for proof, and now they do owe you.
Yes, sir.
But you can't calculate how much they owe you. But you only had it a few weeks.
No, that is correct.
Well, they're going to owe you most of that money.
Yeah, I believe so.
When was the last time you talked to him at Pueblo Toyota?
I spoke to a guy named Chris Aragon probably about 2.5 weeks ago.
And they've just stonewalled you.
And yes, sir. Yeah, I've got multiple emails. I've copied their general manager on it. Chris Aragon is the director of finance. And the initial person I dealt with was a guy named Derek Peasley, who was in finance but has been moved to the sales floor, and he's the one that dropped the ball initially on even submitting my paperwork for the termination of the contract.
Okay.
I'll give them a call, Tom.
Yeah. We got a call for you because I don't know what they're trying to pull here. Now, Doc, if they say to you, well, this is non-cancelable, that's not true. You can't do that in Colorado, and it's been proven. Now, you need to try to get, Kelly, a copy of your warranty or your contract for the warranty. I mean, we need to
I'll
see
try
it.
to do that for
now,
sure.
I will still call them, and they're going to BS us though and
Okay.
try to say it was Did they ever mention to you that you couldn't cancel it? Did they ever say, "Well, we're not giving you a refund because you can't cancel it"?
No, they've never stated that. What they keep saying is it's 6 to 8 weeks, and then it changed to 8 to 10 weeks, and it's been 76 days, so they've passed the 10-week mark.
See, oh man, they're trying to
submitted.
keep your money.
We'll get on their case, Kelly.
All right, hang on, okay, bro, and we'll talk about this. That's exactly what they're trying to do. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. We have more right after this.
Tom, do you think there's a
Hey there, Kelly. What is
if
the
they
best number
use
to
a
reach you
third
at?
company, maybe that's what they're trying to do.
Well, I see.
No, but that's I find out. What?
Yeah, you're right. They're trying to keep their commission and all that shit.
Yeah.
You probably have to give it back.
But I'll give them a call and get on this.
Doc seems like he's on the case. The other thing you got to consider is he does come out and does the NATO speech. He was off of teleprompter. Now he's got to speak extemporaneously. And he normally.
Did you get in touch with anybody?
So
I talked to Laura. I left 2 messages with the hotel. They're all Spanish speakers. So I told her to call the Colorado Department of Health because they haven't had hot water for 8 days. And by law, you've got to get something going within 3.
Yeah.
And they'll probably go over.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just do this. O'Brien Legal Services is the name of the firm we use as our real estate legal expert. And if you need a real estate attorney, you want to call O'Brien Legal Services. Brad O'Brien and his team, they're really up on all of the latest real estate laws. If you're a landlord, or maybe you just have a home and you want to know about the easement, or you want to know about utilities coming onto your property, or eminent domain. Maybe you just have some contracts you want to go over before closing. Huh? Maybe you want to do a complicated seller financing deal. Whatever it is to do with real estate, you can call Brad O'Brien, O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com, 720-370-7388.
should have brought some popcorn in.
Hear that? That is the sound of obstacles facing your business. But when you join Lenovo's free online membership program, Lenovo Pro, to support all your business tech,
And I told her not to pay any more money.
join Lenovo Pro for
Get the
free.
kid out of there.
Lenovo.com today.
So, Tom, there's this really interesting thing on one of the stupid things that I about how some of these common sayings came to be, like piss poor or the whole 9 yards.
Oh, really?
Or
Machine gun.
yeah,
It's a machine gun.
yeah. But like piss poor or barking up the wrong tree or raining cats and dogs.
Well, you have to send that to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that. I know that old 9 yards. It's an airplane. I tried to get him with all 9 yards and he still flew off.
Right.
It's an,
It was the machine guns in World War One.
yep. The old propeller planes. Stop with camels. You get some ear
Now, the
protection to
interesting
go
thing
shooting
would
down.
be
What?
You get some ear protection.
if people
That gun's
listen
gonna be
to
loud.
it
Yeah, you want
versus
that.
people watching it.
You want hearing
I am going
Get
to
some
try
hearing
it.
protection.
Watch.
They have it at the range, I'll bet. I'll bet you they do.
Get good ones.
I'll check with my.
I'll bet you they do.
We're
though.
gonna
The
do
range
both,
probably hands them out. They'd be
Right.
crazy not to.
But
Never
I'm talking
figure it.
about
I'm only
people
gonna have to
who,
use it
you
once
know,
in my life.
are still at work and
Yeah.
Or
you
never.
know, and they don't have
This
access
range is
to a
outside.
TV or something, but they've got
Well, that's good.
K-How on in the background or
Ear protection.
But I see,
Really?
watching it's just going to be
Oh,
so much
shoot a shotgun.
worse, in my opinion, because if he
Yeah, let me know how it
stares
goes.
off at a reporter,
I will.
or the open mouth or
That's the-
like doing the thing with his hands where he goes.
I don't want to leave.
I mean, there's just so many little.
Yeah, I haven't been out of town since
he's got a very high bar to help him.
Oh my
I broke up
god!
with my stewardess girlfriend.
Usually it's very low,
I
but
gotta get a lesson from
yeah,
him.
it's
He
astronomical.
answered all the questions.
Oh god, she is
Yay?
just.
That's a good thing.
It's pretty easy.
Congratulations.
She is.
Like I tell people here on the phone, congratulations. I bought a car.
Just go on to
Congratulations.
Match.com.
She is
Even though
a
they
freaking
we were
vile
still
witch.
on it, I went on. Just use. a
I
different
heard
name.
Mark say that on air.
Well,
I
you know,
thought he was joking.
I got an email from them saying
Can you
that
imagine how she
because
must
of
be
something,
like just the
inappropriate
staff
about
must
something
just
or other,
despise
I'm
her.
no longer welcome on their site.
You know,
And so I
even
was-
at dinner.
I would have
No,
let my mother.
this isn't right.
my
This is
son,
not what I
anybody
asked for.
see
You
what
know,
I
she's
put
one
on.
of those.
I never said anything that I would. Be
Mark is an asshole. He always brings.
Oh,
that
it's
up.
fine.
I mean, I thought he was joking.
No, I would never say anything.
He is an ass.
I would never say anything that I wouldn't let anybody read.
Well, you don't seem like a person to do something like
No, and I think what happened, somebody just
Took it wrong.
What? No. Somebody used my profile
Oh.
or my picture. That happens all the time
Oh,
in,
it
in
does?
these romance scams.
Well, they use they perpetuate the doc species, huh?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've done that. I told you I used to give. That's why
Yeah,
I
I
went to a
know.
DNA test.
I know. I was
So
thinking
then-
about that when I was in Houston last week. Go Rockies to get out sperm samples.
Okay, Kelly, we went ahead and
Sister-
escalated this to one of our deputies.
Yeah,
His
in the
name
like I said, in the
is Ken.
'70s, $100
He's
was a
going to
lot of
be
money.
calling
Yeah,
you
that
For
soon,
doing nothing.
to try to get a little bit more of a
Did you?
recourse for you.
Did you have
Figured
enough
it.
stamina to do it every day?
No.
Okay,
Like
no
once a-
problem. Thanks for
once a
calling.
week?
Maybe it was
Okay,
once every couple of
all
months.
right.
Oh,
You too. Bye.
But that was for 4 years.
What's that? It's 4 years?
Well, I mean, you're in your I was in my residence.
Oh, you're in the residence.
4 years. But anyway, I see that all the time with romance games. The people use other.
For Dems like Nancy Pelosi and a call by George Clooney to step down, will Joe weather the storm and stay in the race? Tune in at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. You know, I have found a fascinating survey online. Oh, man. I'm telling you, I think even Dragon's going to like this one. Of what people do in bed with gadgets. Now, we're talking about...
You mean sex toys?
No. I mean... Hey, bro.
Kelly, calm down.
We're talking about not sex gadgets, tech.
Oh, tech gadgets.
Yeah. So it's very, very interesting. First of all, do you use tech in bed? I use my phone all the time in bed.
Oh, yeah.
I
the
check
phone for
message all the
sure.
time, right? Okay. Now, what do you use your phone for or your tech for in bed? There were 4 countries where the far top countries for watching porn in bed. You want to take a stab at them? I know you're going to think what? Well,
Spain?
the number 1 is U.S.,
Oh.
but it's tied with, come on.
Spain.
Thailand.
Does AUS stand for Australia or Austria?
Australia.
So U.S. and Australia, in the survey, 15% admit to watching porn in bed. Right behind them is Canada, followed by the UK. Now, let's talk about what people in the U.S. do in bed with their devices? The number one thing they do would be what? In the U.S., the number one thing they do, they
Facebook.
scroll social media.
Yeah, Facebook.
Wait a minute. It's not the number one thing. Damn it, they don't have this arranged right. I'm going to have to do it. No, they check emails and messages first. That's number one. Then number two is social media. They just look at social media. They like to look at videos and all that. And what do you think? Do you know 54% of Americans, okay, use in bed their device to watch YouTube?
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
But here's the deal. Who do you think in the world uses their devices more in bed than any other country? I found this shocking, although maybe not. Mexico.
Really? Interesting.
97% of the people surveyed in Mexico
Well, they're afraid to
said
go
they
outside
use their
because,
they say they use their devices in bed.
yeah, they're afraid to go outside because of the cartels.
It's kind of like there are two different people, those who use their phone while pooping and liars.
Oh, yeah. I always use my phone. I take my phone. I don't go to the restroom unless I have my phone. I look for my phone before I go.
I do it at night. I'll do it in bed, and I'll go. There's certain
The problem
road games.
with using your phone in the restroom is you take too long because you're looking at your phone. And my wife says, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Oh, never mind. I just was I was playing a game."
Your legs get all numb. I can't.
I
sit
know.
up.
Yes, your legs do get numb. Holy crap!
I do road games in bed, Tom.
I use. Yeah. So anyway, games are addictive. I never thought I'd like games, but then I read some research. This is a true story. I read research that there are certain games that are good for your mind. And let's face it, I'm 70 and I'm looking at Biden here thinking, wait a minute. No, seriously, I'm thinking, whoa, I want to keep my mind sharp. And there are games specifically I do for that, and I love them. I absolutely love them. I never thought but I don't do gaming like, whatever.
Have you ever tried
I don't do gaming against
Yahtzee
people.
words?
Yeah, no Call of Duty on your phone?
No, none of that. Now,
I do Yahtzee words.
I do words games, a lot of them, but
Have
not
you
that
tried-
one. No, I haven't.
That's really good because you play against somebody else.
Oh no! I see. I don't know if I like that playing against anybody for anything. I used to do words with friends, but then you got people like Mark that cheat, because he can't put a sentence together, and then he comes out with the most extraordinary words in the world. I'm just kidding, Mark, if he's listening. But anyway, here's the deal. Here's the true deal. I love those undoing knots. Do you ever see where all the cords are? Oh my God! Undoing those cords. I get a high off of that. That's a dopamine hit for me. And then what else do I like? Oh, man, I love all kinds of words.
Did you know there's a whole subset of mathematics that is devoted to knot theory?
What?
There is a branch of mathematics devoted to knot theory.
Wow. I gotta read about that. Anyway, folks, we'll talk about your favorite games another time. I'm Tom Martino. My favorite game is solving your problems. 303 Martino. Call anytime, day or night, and save all your problems for me.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Celebrate summer, cleaner carpets and better indoor air quality. Only with Zero-Res. 3 rooms clean, just $109 and $75 off duct cleaning. Call now, 303-471-5150 or book online, ZeroResDenver.com.
How do you preserve your wealth and live the lifestyle you've always wanted to? Tune in to the Asset Prevention Hour with Stuart Willis weekly here on 630 KHOW, Saturday mornings at 9.
Electric rates are going up, up, up. You need Red Rock's Roof and Solar. They do it all, sales, installation, and service. And because they do roofs too, they got you covered. Locally owned, veteran owned, more than 35 years combined experience. The only company to guarantee an activation date or they pay you for lost energy. Battery backups, auxiliary generators, 303-704-2449, 704-2449, redrocksrs.com.
Every election, they declare it.
This is a big one.
It's the most important, most consequential,
Most important.
The most important election ever.
This decision. We have a choice.
Once in a lifetime.
It's the most important election of your life.
Well, this year, it is.
Believe that.
So check in often for all the important stuff.
information.
On your most important talk station.
One of the most important elections ever.
Denver's talk station. 630 KHOW.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Vice President Kamala Harris held a campaign event in the battleground state of North Carolina today, greeted with cheers at a rally in Greensboro.
4 more years.
Harris speaking at Dudley High School, the first black high school in Guilford County, once segregated by law, defending President Biden, who's facing calls from Democrats to step aside as the nominee.
But one thing we know about our president, Joe Biden, is that he is a fighter.
ABC News has confirmed that the Biden campaign is now conducting head-to-head polling of Harris and Donald Trump. Tonight, after the NATO summit wraps in Washington, D.C., President Biden will hold a solo news conference, his first in months. Western states remain locked in triple-digit temperatures for a second week. It's led to several confirmed deaths in California, and Santa Clara officials say they expect that death toll to climb. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News. Ryan. Acclaimed actress Shelley Duvall has died.
1980 was a landmark year for two of Shelley Duvall's most famous roles.
Oh, come on, hon. Don't be so grouchy.
She played Jack Nicholson's tormented wife in The Shining and Popeye's girlfriend Olive Oyl in Popeye.
And all at once I knew.
Popeye, directed by Robert Altman, Duvall featured in 7 of his films, including 1975's Nashville. In recent years, Duvall retreated from the public eye and was open about her struggles with mental health. Her life partner, Dan Gilroy, said in a statement, Duvall had been suffering for many months, and he's glad she's not suffering anymore. Shelley Duvall was 75. Jason Nathanson, ABC News, Hollywood.
A Las Vegas casino giving away money. The Mirage shutting down next week. But before that, it's giving away more than $1.5 million. Nevada law requires unclaimed progressive jackpots made up of gamblers' losses be paid out before a casino closes for good. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
A big component of whether the Kroger-Albertsons merger can work is whether the wholesale grocer C&S can take over 89 Safeway stores in Colorado.
Kroger, the parent company of King Soopers, would divest the stores to C&S. Competitive Enterprise Institute's Alex Reinauer says C&S can be competitive.
There may be some labor displacement, right? But that's ultimately what happens. But the important thing about this is consumers.
He says C&S has a healthy balance sheet and will be motivated to compete. But the United Food and Commercial Workers leadership says there's no real consumer benefit that would offset the harm to workers.
Prices would go up. Quality and availability would go down.
USCW's John Marshall says he hopes the two companies walk away from the proposal.
Reporter Rob Dawson, Douglas County shifting to stage 1 fire restrictions until further notice. That means no open burning, no fireworks. Campfires at developed sites are still allowed. That's the latest. I'm Kathy Walker.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Over on the west end of town, I-70 eastbound approaching Wadsworth, a crash blocking 2 left lanes. Has some slow traffic back from Kipling. Delays pretty minimal. Traffic getting around this one pretty well. Out west into the high country, I-70 westbound, a vehicle fire blocking 2 right lanes approaching Lookout Mountain. Watch out for our mountain drivers. Back to town over on the east end through Aurora, I-225 northbound before East Alameda Avenue, exit 8. We've got a crash. Stop and go back from Mississippi. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies. We're starting things off hot for the weekend. High 97 today, overnight low of 66. Tomorrow, high 101. The current temperature in Denver is 94 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Don't miss up to 70% off select major appliances at the Lowe's closeout event. But hurry, these deals are too good to last because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Getting your house ready to sell? Rely on the experience of Frank Duran, the realestateman.com.
Does your home need repairs prior to selling?
I have the experience and great local connections to help you determine which items are cost effective. We will detail which simple, easy steps you can make to enhance your home's appeal. I'm with you every step of the way.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, urging you to use Frank Duran, the realestateman.com with RE/MAX Alliance, 303-920-1622.
Attention all you summer fitness fanatics. Tired of sweating it out in the gym lifting weights? Give your Second Amendment a workout instead. Come to Triple J Armory, where we've got all the gear you need to flex those freedom muscles. At Triple J Armory, we believe in exercising your right to bare arms. Why lift dumbbells when you can lift a shotgun?
This is way better than leg day.
Ditch the gym and come to Triple J Armory, where the only thing sweating over is giving you the best service and selection around. Open 7 days a week with locations in Colorado Springs and Littleton.
I'm about to rock your world.
For those we need to talk. About to talk. We talk. And now, this is Ryan Schuling on Denver's talk station, 630 KHAL.
Wow. May you live in interesting times. And somehow, these times we live in continue to get more and more interesting, more unprecedented, historically, more dramatic, more jaw-dropping. Along with Shannon Scott, Ryan Schuling with you, the Detroit Connection, reestablished. Kelly Kuchera is bouncing around somewhere here, and we've got a lot of moving parts behind the scenes that I want to clue you in on, and you can participate anytime throughout today's program by text, 57739. It is difficult to believe that as we woke up today, we are still 2 weeks within the debate that took place on Thursday, June 27th. Think about that. Think about everything that has happened in just under 2 weeks' time. It'll be 2 weeks tonight, and tonight there is going to be what many people are terming and what I believe to be a make-or-break press conference for President Joe Biden. Usually you don't want to put too fine a point on it because these are a series of events that I think make up one mosaic, one picture, one collage of a president in his position. But he has been under so much fire from his own side. Dissension within the ranks. Some people coming forward very verbally. Very few coming forward and really firmly, strongly showing their support for him. One of them was Senator John Fetterman last night on Jesse Watters' Primetime of all programs. And I like John Fetterman a lot. I disagree with him on virtually all issues. Israel would be one exception, very pro-Israel, and I appreciate that he stands against his party on that issue. He seems to me, at least, to be a principled, traditional, classical liberal. I don't think he's far left by any means, and he's rejected the term progressive in interviews with Bill Maher. It's like something snapped in a good way when he had his very debilitative stroke. He struggled through a debate. He was elected, and he has recovered remarkably. You can see he's much more communicative and clear of mind. He's younger. He's 5 years older than I am. So he's in his mid-50s, but he has more ability, I think, to recover to a fuller level than, say, a Joe Biden. And he went to the mattresses defending Joe Biden, saying, hey, he stood by me. I'm going to stand by him. I am loyal to him. And when I watched that interview unfold with Jesse Watters, I was watching a guy that I think was a very sincere and genuine person. And that really stood out to me from most of those snakes and clowns in Washington who were just there to pursue their own personal agendas and elevate their own brands. I don't think Fetterman's about that. But outside of John Fetterman, find me somebody, a prominent Democrat, who has really full-throatedly supported Joe Biden and not mealy-mouthed their way through this. Well, it's up to Joe. Well, that's Joe's decision. I mean, Nancy Pelosi was playing these mind games and said, well, Joe's got to make a decision. He better make it soon. He made his decision, and he said he's running. So you're really trying to gaslight him out of this. Good luck with that. And I think Joe Biden, as it stands right now, and this could change by the hour, it certainly changes by the day, heck, it could change by the minute. I believe President Biden is resolutely determined